friends. Welcome to the NECC Collegiate Overwatch Grand Finals. My name is Jeff, here with Chef Billy, as we have a whole day of finals action lined up. We're crowning at least 3 champions on stream here tonight.
We really are, and this is the culmination of a beautiful season of Overwatch. We have, gotten our new game under our belts. Our first series out today, or actually, we're going to take a look at the schedule for today. And tell you what games we're going to have on the docket. Of course, right here we've got Catawba Blue going up against UPRM Green. This is a historic day for them. It is the first Puerto Rican team that's made it to a grand final here. They're trying to win Puerto Rico's first collegiate championship in any esports. So that is something huge on the line right here, Jeff. Catawba trying to play spoiler. They beat him earlier in the season. We'll get more into that a little bit later, but looking at the rest of our games, Louisville Red versus GVSU Blue in the Challengers Division, and then Barton Esports versus UTRGV, University of Texas Rio Grande Valley. The Amoradillos will be in our last series of the night. And now, we can take a look at coming up here for us. We're going to take a look at how our teams got here today. This is the bracket for our Emergence Division. This has been a really strong climb for both these teams. Jeff, I'm telling you what, you had a chance to talk with both the captains today, and they gave you a lot of great information about how they got here.
Yeah, it was really, it was one of the captains from Catawba and then the coach there from the University of Puerto Rico. And it was a very interesting conversation. So it's Puerto Rico coming through flawless so far through the postseason. You can see here they 3-0 both the 7th and the 3rd seed. 8-1 through the regular season. It's been an incredible strong showing from this Puerto Rican squad in their first season competing. And I mean, to win here today, as you kind of touched on, would be a real feather in the cap here, not just for this school, but for the entire community down there. Everybody is rallying behind UPRM Green here today. Catawba up top, I mean, a big underdog story there in the semifinals as they were able to take Limestone down in 5. I mean, putting the first seed in their place, and well, that's what propelled Catawba here, and we're going to see in this grand final, see if they can close it out.
Yeah, I mean, week number 2 was when these two teams actually faced each other, and it did not go UPRM's way. It is University of Puerto Rico Mayagüez there in Puerto Rico. That's what the long form is, but we'll take a look at our lineups coming up here today. We're going to start up with the University of Puerto Rico Mayagüez. Jays, Flash Mob, Whirly, Echo, and Cero. Lots of senior leadership here. Only one freshman on the team here, Jeff. And, you were asking their manager or their person to go to who to look out for. He said everybody is somebody to look out for. But really look out for Echo and Cero, especially in the support departments. Their Ana and their Kiriko are pretty darn good.
I mean, this whole squad is pretty darn good. And what we were hearing was basically specialties. Every one of these players has a hero that they're phenomenal with. And if they get an opportunity to use it, then things are going to get dangerous. And right out of the gate, it's J5 with the Ramatra. Is their strongest tank player, and on control, Ramatra shines on the majority of our control maps, so we'll probably get a taste of that right out of the gate.
I can't wait. The Ramatra play has really stepped up here, and now that people have gotten used to the tempo tank, and I think that really looking at how we've gotten to this point now, Reinhardt can kind of counter-ish. But if you have a really mechanically gifted and an understanding of the tempo of Ramatra's kit, Reinhardt can be absolutely divvied out there. So, UPRM, they've got their strengths. They're ready to go. And now we'll take a look over at Catawba Blue. You were talking to their captain as well. Darkness and Doge. We were told that this is a player that we really need to be watching out for as we have had a look at them. And, I mean, really, Shrip had a lot to say about them, so we'll see. Them and Distorted, the 2 lookouts on DPS here, Jeff. We'll see how they actually move forward.
Yeah, and that was Bushido Hidden, is the captain that I had the pleasure of speaking with earlier, and was the starter in the support lineup in the flex support role here for this squad earlier in the season. And on top of the fantastic performance that the two DPS, Distorted and Darkness Dojo, have been putting up this year, Hollow was a name that also got brought up. And Bushido Hidden was telling me that Hollow, they considered to be the most improved player across the squad, is now the starting flex support role, improved to a point where they took over that starting position from the captain themselves. And particularly on Ana. If we get to see Hollow pull out the Ana, then well, we're in for a real treat, Billy.
I can't wait. I can't wait. And this is a first of 4, best of 7, however you want to put it out there. So we are definitely going to see every single map type here today. That's guaranteed. Now, just how many times are we going to repeat certain maps? That's what's really going to get into the nitty gritty, because there's a bit of another undercurrent here, Jeff. And you know what? We were talking about this before we came on air. Catawba sent home the white team from UPRM. So I made the joke, nobody beats on my little brother except for me. Well, this is about time to get a little bit of revenge here for the UPRM green team. They need to send Catawba packing, because yeah, they beat their junior team, and you don't take that lying down.
No, certainly not. Not only revenge for their own loss earlier in the season, but yeah, the green team get a chance to find some revenge for their sister squad. So, I mean, a lot of pride for Puerto Rico here on the battlefield, represented in this UPRM squad. And I know that there's a big community rallying behind them in hopes that they can pull out this really important win in the grand finals. It's been stated before, but it needs to be reinstated. The first collegiate playoff win ever across any school in esports. So this is a real history lay before us, and the potential for UPRM to grasp it and make it their own.
I mean, I had the honor of casting over in the CRL, over in the other over in another competition, another sport altogether. Monterrey, the Barrientos came through and was the first Mexican team, collegiate Mexican team, to make it into CRL. So this has that same amount of corazón in Spanish, heart, ready for it. The pride of Puerto Rico is here. Mayagüez is a town outside of San Juan. I have not been there, but I have looked it up on the map, and I know it. I want to go visit there in the worst possible way. So we're going to start here in Nepal. To get our championship up, we're going to start on Sanctum. And I tell you what, Sanctum definitely can be run with a Ramatra. I really want to see what J5 is going to be able to do on this Ramatra hero, because, man, from what I've heard and seen, absolutely stacked coming out. And Sletskin, I want to see how they're going to be able to work up against this, because running a diva into this, yes, I mean, you have infinite fire, and, you can kind of play around the cooldowns of a Ramatra. But if Ramatra can close the gap, especially with the Lucio speed, you can get on top of the mech. The boosters are on a cooldown, and once you're on the ground, you are fair game.
Your grand finals have started here in the Emergent Southeast Division. University of Puerto Rico out of the gates here. J5 on that Ramatra, coming out with, it's going to be a Hanzo and a May to keep it up. We'll see if Warley can get in close enough to get the value necessary from these May walls. It's going to be, could they make a break point here in this first submap?
It really is. I think you need to really watch out for the air. Well, you say it was the May going to be good. Well, you just took down the Kitiko. I mean, your main support is gone. And, well, there's some answers coming back here. Echo on 1 health. I don't know if they're going to get out.
Well, Echo does not get to safety, unfortunately, but a good sleep over the pit. Zero puts Darkness down into the depths below. Oh, that is such a highlight moment for any Ana players. J5 rushes onto the point. UPRM manages to grab first control through all of this, and it was all opened up with a beautiful shot from Echo. We were bragging about J5's Ramatra. Gizgame was telling me that they were bragging about Echo's Hanzo as well, and that was really the breaking point. Started things off nicely here for University of Puerto Rico.
I mean, you had trades, and the shield timing and placement here from J5 is going to have to be huge. Bye-bye.
Yeah, no shield's going to be able to block that. And Darkness is able to work in over the top. Try to break open this point with no tank. It's a smart move. It's a smart disengage here from UPRM.
Well, now we're going to have an issue here because Worley has gone over to the Tracer once they recognize that was out and gets deleted by Slezkin. So that's going to be a bit of a reset moment here for them. They're going to have to be able to get in the... Well, Echo again taking the Pharah out of the sky. I can't do this in my ranked games. Oh, man, Echo's putting on a clinic with the Archer.
Darkness to get rezzed up and drops a barrage just outside the door. J5 stops just in the nick of time. Now shield up, and UPRM will see if they can emerge from this. Nano boost used on to J5 as they pop that Nemesis form. Annihilation as well, as a matter of fact. And that just sucks all the life right out of Hollow, and with it all the sustain from this comp. Fleskin's going to move on, see if they can build to the rest of the self-destruct. Not quite getting there for that extra bit of health, and this flip's going to come through pretty quick.
We see Worley changing once again to a Cassidy. So the hit scan trying to deal with the threat in the sky. I mean, we've seen 3 heroes now out of this gamer. So, I mean, no ultimates up from them. Really, Echo has been kind of the impetus here for UPRM really taking care of early initial picks and then being able to capitalize on the back of them. So they've really been targeted out. They've still been holding on to this Dragon Strike for about a minute and a half now.
Over the top, and Worley gets caught out. Echo comes through clutch, though, trades it back out, and, well, arguably with a more important pick, especially with following up on that kill on the Hollow. Both supports falling to the bow and arrow here from Echo on the outside. I talked good about you, and you end up falling. This Distorted is going to find a pair. Wins up that 1v2. Flash Mob suddenly realizes this is running from danger of their own, trying to coordinate back up with J5. They are able to group enough to find Distorted. And somehow UPRM are able to hold on despite Distorted's best efforts.
I mean, trades back and forth really did favor UPRM. I'm still very impressed with Distorted there with the 1v2 win. But I mean, self-destruct onto the point. You've got a chance to get yourself back into a fight should you lose the neck.
So let's get almost got boot back. Managed to keep that mech on dry ground. Gonna a rush out here from Catawba Blue that finds Flash Mob and just propels them forward all the way to the back line. A duplicate use face to face as J5 is confronted with their doppelganger. The doppelganger wins the day. Now the extra annihilation, and Zero cannot get out of there in time. There's no escaping Distorted on this Echo.
That was great. What a duplicate coming out from them. Now, I mean, that's off the table. You're still looking at self-destruct, and you're looking at the barrage coming up for the defense here, 30% away from equaling this 99% that UPRM have. We've got the Deadeye, we've got the Nano. Do we go with another Nanolation?
I would imagine so. It worked so well for UPRM the first time, and they only need one more fight win and already have a kill. There it is. The Nano Annihilation is out. Nobody can get close to this point. Hollow is desperately trying to stay alive, bouncing off the woodwork, bouncing off the walls. But unfortunately for Catawba, there is just nowhere to run. UPRM are going to start us off with the first sub-map here on Nepal.
I mean, great picks and counter picks coming through Echo. Good lord. The bow and arrow is pretty scary here from Echo. Really impressed with the tank play, though, from both tanks. Slezkin, you know, we talked about how good J5 is, but Slezkin actually putting up a pretty darn good performance on the Diva here, being able to deny the Ravishing Vortex quite a few times, being able to shield their Pharah as they worked around the map. So, I mean, you know, both teams are having this fantastic play and counterplay here in the opening round. And as we head to Shrine, do we see a change coming out? Do we see a change coming out from either side? We do. We're going to see Distorted go over to the Pharah. And it looks like Doge is going to go to their own Mei. So, I mean, poke versus up in your face. Ramatra v. Ramatra.
That's an interesting look here out of UPRM running, I mean, a pseudo double sniper on what is essentially a pretty close quarters map. I mean, a lot of fights take place in this kind of claustrophobic area that is the objective. Darkness Doge wants to get in close. Good main wall. J5 has no choice but to push forward. Slezkin did get bionated and gave J5 a pretty big advantage in that fight. J5 is still pursuing this. Slezkin down to sub 100 health. It was Darkness Doge keeping everybody at bay for the moment, but now Echo has found that pick, and UPRM have moved on the objective. Distorted hovering right above them, able to get one with the rockets. Now trying to follow up, still just pouncing in. The Eagle flies in and finds their prey, and it's Sero who's lifted into the skies and back to spawn.
I mean, this is a great pick, a bit of a swap here coming from Distorted going on to their own Mei here. Still nobody has captured the point. I think this will do here. There's a tactical retreat getting out of there. Nade has been used to keep everybody up. And I mean, look at this from Distorted. Already has Barrage online. That is nuts.
I mean, that fight was all UPRM, and Distorted came in and completely flipped it around. Single-handedly drove away J5 on this, Ramatra, and the rest of the UPRM squad, allowing for this early cap, and yeah, and therefore building up that barrage.
I mean, we got Worley over on the Sombra now. Yep, and going directly into the Pharah. That is a huge play and counterplay coming through. I mean, they need to be able to. They got to deal with this. They got to deal with the threat in the sky.
Yeah, running out into the open. This is just a plague field here for Distorted. I mean, it's a jungle gym for Afara. Nice sleep. J5's able to melt him down there with this annihilation. Falls with the kill with Kiriko. Now turns all that attention onto Slezkin, who's just blocking. Find as much percentage as they can here with the Ramatra and a little bit of healing coming out of Lucky.
Oh, they invested the sound barrier. Now a blizzard just come out. Where is the rest of UPRM? Where is the fight taking place? It's 3 different points of attack right now, Jeff.
I mean, both DPS ults have been invested from Catawba, and they're still not able to win this out. I mean, it's not clean, and a lot of percentages bought, but UPRM are going to flip this.
Well, now you've got DPS ultimates ready to go for UPRM. They don't have much to deal with the Annihilation coming in. Kitsune Rush plus that Annihilation is going to be oh so difficult to deal with. But the Deadeye should take care of Distorted in the sky.
It's going to take a really smart disengage. It's going to be a strike first here. EMP from Rory. Trades out. Support the one fallen here for Catawba, and Darkness is in trouble. Yeah, Darkness Doge will get punched into oblivion. And this is going to be a fight win for UPRM.
I think that J5 might actually catch up and get another Annihilation online. They're going after the Mercy. That is the perfect power play going in. And Sayro taking down Distorted. Jeff, this is starting to turn into UPRM's favor.
A great autoplay. Burns that res early here just before this fight even really breaks out. Now there's a Deadeye, and they're looking for Distorted in the sky.
Yeah, they have to. They have to because, I mean, this barrage is online. Damage boost will be there available to it. They're looking for Echo right now.
Bit of a battle. Echo cannot pull the trigger on this Deadeye. Only 1 health. The hack comes through, but Distorted still able to get the kill. Trade it out. The hack onto the Valking Lucky. Try to deny res. I think the res got off. Yes, Distorted is back in this fight. We're tied up as far as percentage. Both ults are unleashed on the point. Sarah, though, with the nano boost, gives J5 a big edge. One that they're able to leverage into a pair of kills before the Blizzard finally takes hold. And those 2 kills should be enough. If, yes, Rory finally clips the wings of that Pharah.
Oh, my word. What an extended fight there. And I mean, they only end up getting about 17% there, Jeff. So great disengage, great comeback from UPRM, but you're still looking at this barrage. You've got sound barrier to counter and another EMP almost online for Worley.
Sound barrier needs to be epic. Probably approach from the front. Gets slow on this approach. Doge gets punched down. Echo finishes him off. A disastrous start here. And what is the last opportunity for Catawba on this map? EMP is going to hit all the remaining players because they can't throw their ultimates with a bunch of damage coming in. Echo finishes off Slezkin. Now turns their attention to the sky where Distorted has a nano boost but can't get close enough to the point. It is UPRM with the early lead here in our grand finals matchup.
Whoo, boy. UPRM have come out with some fire in their eyes, haven't they? This is pretty impactful and pretty good from them. But Catawba Blue, they're not to be trifled with. This is good. If this is any kind of a forward look into what we're going to see, I tell you what. Catawba have come to play. They have the advantage, and they beat the Jeter team. So they've got all these different conditions that they have set themselves up to come in as the underdog and take this championship away from UPRM. And I tell you what, I mean, Distorted definitely got the play of the game with that duplicate onto the Ramatra. But man, they have really fought tooth and nail to get themselves back and forth. Distorted is somebody that we really do need to be concentrating on. Darkness Doge, okay, had some good moments. But I think that Distorted right now is the top DPS for this Catawba Blue team. Really impactful player, getting the kills when they need it, being able to turn fights on their head. Man, it was sincerely a fantastic look from them. But the Nano Annihilation, the Nanolation It's, I think, one of my favorite ultimates that I have seen come through the wombo combo. It's back here, baby. It's back.
I mean, it was a hell of a showing, and I would go so far as to say Distorted was the best DPS in the lobby. Period. I mean, as good as UPRM were, I mean, Distorted was putting up some serious numbers and winning fights almost single-handedly, be it on the Echo or on the Pharah. And so that's definitely one to keep an eye on. But I mean, the teamwork from UPRM was on point. J5 without Ramatra is certainly a force to be reckoned with. I mean, the bragging about their skills was certainly no exaggeration here, Billy.
No. I think both managers, both squads, both of their captains and their points of contact should be extremely proud right now. I mean, this is a first of 4, so it's only one map down. You've got plenty of time to get yourself back in the series. We're going to head to Hybrid next, and waiting for the map pick to come in.
I'm very curious where we're going to go. Let's see. So Catawba did they tried to match the brawl. They did try to match the Ramatra brawl, playing the Mei there on the second point, play it on Shrine. So it wouldn't surprise me if we go someplace that would suit the brawl. And well, it looks like our map picks have come in here. Pra is ready. Where we headed, Billy? Where we headed?
Well, UPRM have banned Numbani, so we are going to go to Kings Row. I'm going to expect Ramatra v Ramatra here. I think that's the right play. It just depends on what the DPS are going to play here. Do they play into what is currently quote-unquote meta with the Cassidy and the Mei? We saw that Echo did bring the Cassidy out, but then they had a Sombra variant to it. We saw it on the other side with Catawba as well. They brought out the Mei, but then they had the Pharah variant. So, I mean, there are different ways of, working into this composition to best suits your play style. And I think that's what they're really leaning into right now, Jeff. I think that they're leaning into what is best for them. And I would like to think that it's going to continue in this same vein. It's going to be a pick here or there that's really going to separate these upcoming maps.
Well, Distorted certainly looked great on the far. I would certainly expect to see that on Catawba's attack. And the brawl, the coordination between the Mei and the Ramatra looked really solid too. So both are pretty good indicators as to why we end up here in our good old classic Kings Row and in the good old streets of London.
Oh,
I mean, I think UPR are going to be happy with this too. We're just they're going to opt right into this brawl. They've already proven their excellence with this Ramatra call.
Sure. I mean, they're going to be out on the defense first, so we'll get to take a look at what they're going to bring out defensively. I would assume that we're going to have Echo back out onto the Hanzo, and then maybe Worley shows us the Mei here. I mean, the Sombra was getting a lot of work done, but, well, a little bit different than what I may have expected. Worley's going to come out on the Mei, but Echo's going to show us the Ashe here. So the Southern Belle is going to come on out and have a little talk with these Catawba Blue gamers here, and, well, I think that, if you can maintain high ground control here, keep the lines of sight and all the avenues that you can use to work to get yourself onto the point, I think this could be a very providential pick for UPRM. I kind of wish they were on the Hanzo here, honestly, for shield break and for vision control. But, it is what it is. We'll see how they do with the Southern Belle.
I will say that the Ashe is, it's a little bit easier to hit a Pharah with an Ashe than it is the projectile of Hanzo's era, where you have to lead a Pharah, which can be so unpredictable out of the sky. Ashe, true hit scan, and you've got a little bit of a push in on her sights.
I like it.
Echo's able to deal with Distorted this time. Well, yeah, it's not bad.
I mean, 20% already. Yeah, that's the power of a damage boost. Well, Echo, there's your answer right there.
Yeah, and while the res is coming through, Echo turns their attention on to Darkness Doge. So sure, the Pharah's back in the sky, but Mercy's vulnerable. 3 shots in a row, and Lucky goes down.
Yeah, but the trades are coming through. Distorted still has not been dealt with again, and Worley's going to have to be able to do something here to keep themselves up because they're waiting for J5 to get up back in the point. That's the point flipped, even with that impeccable performance coming out of Echo.
Yeah, but there'll be a recontest here. Yeah, for sure. Ooh, the wall may block it. The speed in, yeah, they'll absolutely make it onto that point in time. Really no ult available for anybody. J5's taking a lot of damage early. Is going to get taken down. Ice block on the point, trying to hold it as Walry wants to bring this back. Losing this fight, actually kind of disastrous for UPRM. They're going to give it the hold on the Arch as well.
I mean, that's why I kind of wish they would have just held Archway here, and then made their stand there. As it is, split spawns for UPRM. This should be a good chunk of the payload being able to push forward. Looks like we've got a pause called for from Distorted in the game chat here, so we will see what is going on there, and we'll see what's going to be able to come out of this. But I mean, for UPRM, they really did get bullied off that point. And I mean, the walls came out better from Catawba Blue there. I mean, Darkness and Doge really making up for some of the melee that we saw there on Shrine. They really did have an issue, being able to get the walls up in time. And here, the walls were impeccable. They're finding the range with the alt fire, and I mean, they really have had a good turn of it. So we'll see what's going to be able to come out from this. But I expect, Bookstore probably to be where we join the two teams together again. And well, it'll be up to them how they go.
And that's what made that fight win so important. Giving up that archway. I mean, it's a tough choice. Like I can understand why the recontest was there, but giving up that archway is tough. Now coming back in, if they win one fight defensively, then Catawba will be able to push up and just hold, or UPRM, excuse me, on the defense. We'll be able to push up and hold that archway once again. So if I win a Bookstore, they're right back in a good standing as far as the defense goes.
I mean, Bob should be able to do that. So we'll see if that's going to be able to be the case or not. Echo does have that. Bob online now, but you're looking at a barrage ready to go. Nothing to really defend against it. I mean, the hits gonna have to be good.
Echo's been on point so far. Was able to take down both DPS early in the first fight. Certainly looking to see if they can cap Distorted. Distorted over the rooftops with the barrage. Could potentially drop down onto the objective. Will do so. Flash Mob caught into it as they fell right behind. And UPRM did not track that one. A clever move from Distorted as they find 3.
Distorted was not fooled. It says, be gone with you and your pestilence. They just took care of business. I mean, really no value out of the Bob either. So now over to the Cassidy. This will be the next bingo point being taken off here. See how many heroes Echo is going to bring out here on King's Row. We've seen 2 so far. Blizzard and Nano Boost ready to go.
Blizzard, both teams is going to use here. Who's going to pull the trigger first? Simultaneous. Nano thrown on to Sleskin, though. Could be the difference maker in this one. Later, Nano on to J5, and they're moments away from their own annihilation. As soon as it's ready, it's popped. And you can see the tendrils of death emerging out of J5 here to defend this point. Stop Catawba Blue right in their tracks.
What a Nano that came through from Hollow. Absolutely denying any more push-up from there. Sound Barrier's been invested from Flash Mob, Jeff.
Yep, and now Celestine's trying to pop the Annihilation, but a big bio nade means they're not getting any healing. They have to block up. Hands are raised. Eventually, that Nemesis form is going to fade out, and they try to return the favor. It was Hollow with a big bio nade later. That put J5 into a coffin and ends up capping here on point B for Catawba.
Distorted has not been dealt with, and that is the problem right now. The Distorted is going beyond the flimsy Ramatra shield, not being affected by this Ravenous Vortex whatsoever that should be pulling them down. They are a very wily projectile DPS player, and Distorted might be a little bit upset after Nepal being denied so many times. That's a big nade, or big dynamite.
Yeah, and comboed with Sero's shot. And look at the Bionade over the top. Both Wari and Sero just combining for some spectacular results there.
Man, I mean, these two Anas are putting the work in, Jeff. They are keeping their Ramatras up throughout. I mean, such incredible damage coming through. And, yeah, I mean, this is the tactical retreat. They have to get behind the little banister here.
Let's go, Conquest into the back. Nano for the far, looking for a place to use the barrage. Dodges the Deadeye. Still not going to dodge it here. It's J5 who pummels them out of the sky with a Nemesis form. Speaking of on your bingo card, I did not have that one, Billy.
It's a projectile, so I mean, you do have the value that to be able to shoot into the sky. Yeah, Worley right now is putting down quite a bit of work on this Ashe. This is a better look from them. Double hit scan, dealing with it. Distorted over to the Genji. Did not expect to see this one, but I love it. I love it, even though they do go down here. You're going to be able to get in on top of the Annihilation when Sledkin gets it up and be able to get dash reset after dash reset.
Yeah, a bit of a boat special. We saw that was used from Northwood University at the highest levels of collegiate play. So the Genji not a complete stranger in this meta, but you know, Catawba has got to find a way to close the gap and get close to this corner before Distorted's going to find any value.
I mean, we've got Nanolation ready for UPRM. Hollow about 35% off of theirs. Big thing right now is Blizzard. You do have, fortunately, the sound barrier. Flash mob has to be cognizant of it and stay out of the LOS of it.
Distorted working the window right now, deflecting some bullets back. Just kind of keeping Echo and Walry in check. Actually forced them off the high ground. Great wall and a bio nade from J5, but the cell barrier from Flash Mob. No way! What clutch plays out of these supports? The cell barrier and the nano mean that nobody is dying here from UPRM.
Nope, sturdy as a brick. But it's gonna have some payback here. The fact that we do have the Blizzard online for Darkness and Doge, this will be where they decide how they get in. So, I mean, walls are going to have to be good here from Darkness. I really think that Distorted needs to be in the backline when they let loose with it.
Good is super low, but there it is. Distorted able to go through and find the opening pick. Both DPS now down. And it is the Cyber Ninja who is just dancing all over your backline, over your supports. J5 can't lock him in. Has got to just run back into spawn. One last shot here for UPRM.
Deadeye is online, but 4 ultimates ready to go for Catawba Blue. I don't know. This is going to be a very difficult... Oh, they bring the monkey out.
They're jumping right into a nano boosted annihilation. Echo does find Distorted just before the blade comes online. Big on to Butler thrown in response to the Deadeye. All the ultimates. Let's just throw everything here at this point. Why not? There's less than 5 meters to go. And it's Catawba Blue who are able to find 2 picks to kick things off. Down to very low health, make that 0 health for Sleskin, and Catawba Blue just lost their staying power. They're beating a retreat.
45 seconds on the clock. That was a last-second stand. And did you see how Echo and Walry were just dancing along the edge of the Blizzard there and finding Darkness Doge there in the little antechamber behind the point? That was as close as you get, 2.3 meters.
Now Catawba Blue have less than 30 seconds. One last chance. They want 3 points on the board, just a blade to work with. Distorted started things off brilliantly there in that last fight. How do they get past these double hit scans? It's around the left-hand side and directly onto the auto, chopping Zero in twain. And then deflect onto Echo. Gonna finish off Walry as well. A 3-piece here for Distorted. And this Genji might have just got the work done. The big bio name means Flash Mom is easy to finish off. That's gonna be a gong of death here. Oh, we didn't technically get the team kill, but they will technically get the cap.
Wow, what a turn. The blade with the deflect takes care of Echo on the Cassidy. And then the dash reset. Oh my lord. I mean, Distorted is disgusting.
That was mean. And of course, you know, we immediately just cut to Distorted getting shot, but Distorted with a great swap. The mindset to pull out the Genji there in the final 90 seconds on this attack. It worked brilliantly. I mean, both attacks, Distorted was able to get massive value out of this Genji. And this here at the end, what an explosive finish.
I hope somebody clipped that for him. That needs to go on the YouTube reel. It needs to go on the Twitter page. Good lord, Distorted turning the fight once again in their team's favor. And you mentioned it from Nepal. I'm going to say here, Distorted probably is the best DPS in our lobby right now, Jeff. And that was just more conclusive evidence of that. But the fact that UPRM, despite that, are able to stay in the fight. I mean, they brought out some breathtaking moments of their own and do push it into overtime. So As they go onto the attack, this is going to be where I think that they need to be very, very aggressive. I think that they need to go fast. I think they need to get into the back line of Catawba and bringing out possibly the Bastion Shred. This might be something good for them. They're going to have the Immortality Barrier on their line as well.
This is a very bursty composition. Everything is in small bursts here from UPRM. We want to speed and wall, get the wheels down, put the Bastion and Century form, Immortality Field, even a burst of sustainability. There it is. There's the wall. Here comes the explosiveness. J5 pinning in, wheels down, Gatling gun spraying damage everywhere through this tiny corridor. There's nothing Catawba Blue can do to withstand this onslaught.
They are ticked off. And I mean, I don't think that Catawba Blue was expecting to see that, composition come out, and it worked so well for them. And J5 is the perfect aggressive tank to be able to go in there and deal with the damage coming in and be able to disposition Catawba. So at the bookstore, that's where we're going to have our next fight. And once again, if they don't deal with Echo, it's going to be done and dusted.
This is a take on the Trick Room comp. I think Trick Room ran the Sombra with this instead of the May, but very similar. We can see the May Bastion as well there. It's at the levels of T2 play. So I mean, this Bastion is not unheard of. Like the Genji, we've definitely seen this used at the highest levels to great effect. And rounding this first corner, UPRM are doing a good job of slowly but surely pushing Catawba back. That wall's fantastic. The damage on to Sleskin, everybody, or onto J5. Nope, other way around. I had it right the first time, Billy. Stop second guessing myself. But somehow Sleskin, I don't know how they survived that.
I don't either, but the Shatter comes out and it doesn't really get a lot of work done because the sleep comes through. I mean, Hollow just saved their team in that fight.
It's a good sleep, but Catawba Blue are still kind of rolling backwards. Defense a bit on skates here. Nano Boost looking to put the brakes on that with the combined with the Annihilation. They're able to push through, pick up 1 kill onto Echo. J5 sticking around a little too long in this. Yeah, that Immortality Field's not going to do anything against that that Annihilation.
Nope, but I mean, now you're looking at Blizzard and the Barrage. I mean, you did expend the Annihilation combo coming through. Artillery Strike is online. The big kicker for me is if Warley gets this Blizzard up. Yeah, they do have it up. So I mean, Blizzard v Blizzard. I think that you should really you try to position everybody, then throw it on top.
We get the Venn diagram. No, some choice shots here. That Anna's in trouble. Yep, Hollow is not going to be able to get out of that. Rez is there, but Lucky has to burn that pretty early in this fight. Does have the Valkyrie. In fact, we go ahead and use that Valkyrie immediately as UPRM are starting to press in deep into Catawba Blue defenses at the moment. But J5, that might have been a bad move, ducking into the subway, but Wolverine's going to bail you out with a brilliant Blizzard. Picks up a pair with that. Those two are traded back, and it's a 3v3 left on this point. One where Darkness and Sleskin are very low on health and relying just on Mercy healing up against this Bastion Echo. Darkness has to ice block up before they're able to finish off the Bastion. Echo looking to take down Lucky. Lucky somehow gets around the corner with just a little bit, a speck of health remaining, and it's enough to keep Catawba Blue in this fight.
How?
Again, Sleskin survives again.
I don't. Wow. I mean, the support coming from Catawba Blue is absolutely massive. There's going to be a stagger. No, flash mob. Definitely, Jimmy, the right way out of there. But I mean, we just saw the artillery strike come through from Echo. They've got it available again. And this Shatter needs to be huge. 2:51 on the clock. Blizzard almost online once again for Darkness and Doge.
Well, we're swapping over to a Cassidy. See, Distorted kind of taking a bit of an off angle. UPRM are just going to try to ignore that. Drop down the Amplification Matrix and see how much damage they can pour down onto this front line. Blizzard expended, but doesn't catch anyone. A great speed disengage there from Flash Mob, but Walrus gets caught on the wrong side of the tracks and finished off. This Immortality Field was used in that as well. So Distorted thought about going around on a flank angle. Is just going to poke from above here while UPRM regroup.
I mean, there needs to be. I think that the Ashe is okay. I think the Sombra. I think you hit the nail on the head earlier. I think the Sombra right now will do worlds to mess with Distorted's brazenness on this Pharah. I mean, this is almost reminiscent of what Yazin can do on a Pharah. Just completely change a game.
It's going to be the artillery strike, and from Echo. That was a nice sleep. J5 fast to shield up. Ooh, getting aggressive. Darkness Doge really wanted that wall to catch them. Here comes Sleskin to back it up. And even though the wall wasn't great, the kill is still there. With the Bastion out of the fight, Catawba are in control.
Yep, and I mean, we're at now 90 seconds, Jeff. And I mean, really, we have completely stalled out here. Big wall comes through.
There's a bit of an opening on the outside. So yeah, J5's going to be able to duck around that. And Walry goes back over to the May here. Oh, I saw that one in slow motion, Billy. Zero just starts to peek around that corner as that rocket is flying in. I mean, I was just sitting here watching my screen. I just wanted to go, no! And Zero just steps right in the front of the path of that rocket. Oh, and it's just more time eating off the clock here. Now less than 60 here for UPRM.
I mean, J5 needs to get this Annihilation up in a hurry. And I mean, we've seen now Warley go on to their 4th hero here on their attack phase, and Distorted does have this barrage still with the tether. Oh man, this is getting dicey.
Go! Barrage into the back, and Echo's not going to roll out of there in time. The sound barrier comes through as Distorted falls, and Echo landed a bit of a parting gift, so it turns into a 1-for-1 trade. No res on that one. Huge focus fire onto Sleskin, and their health bar just disappeared like a magic trick. Darkness gets palmed right back into spawn, and Catawba Blue, well, they are on the back foot now. Nuh-uh, there's no surviving that one, Hollow.
Nope, and I mean, great wall there. Nice placement from the May wall there is going to deny Distorted a touch. So, I mean, they're going to have 138 to get in. So, we are looking at extra innings here, Jeff. Echo over to the Widowmaker. Definitely going to make Distorted have room for pause.
Could be the answer. Can they find the shots? That's one to the body. That's going to get topped up. 2 to the body. Got to dodge that rocket. Woo! Dancing and dodging around those incoming rockets. Those are 130 apiece if those rockets hit direct. Echo able to slowly push forward to get some high ground on the back of a blizzard coming out from Walry, and the ground forces have started to crumble here for this defense. The response is good, though. Huge blizzard out of Darkness Doge. Great defensive wall, too, to buy time while that Bionade fades. It's going to be J5 popping the Annihilation, trying to respond back, but there's a Nano Boost on this Sleskin. They're not backing down. They're not going anywhere. They're going to keep punching at you until you are out of this forge.
I mean, Sayro does have the Nano online. They need to get it up there. They've got the sound barrier as well on their next recontest.
Good good timing, but Sleskin a little bit of space here. They're going to back up, try to disengage here. Sleskin is down so low. That Bionade was huge. The Blizzard, or excuse me, just the primary fire from Darkness is enough, and Sleskin wins out that duel. Res through onto Distorted, and the defense back at full strength. 20 seconds to go, and Flash Mob's sound barrier just faded.
Wow,
Flash Mob. Nice move. Yeah, I was able to get one with him, but Echo drops. Every kill disastrous here for UPRM. They can't afford to be losing people like this, Billy.
They can't. I mean, they're still pushing forward, but I mean, the recontest is going to come through. Spawn advantage definitely in their favor. The the Blizzard
boop
gets booped into it.
Boop. Catawba Blue still coming back onto this thing. J5 is back in this fight. That's going to be an early ice block, a cryo freeze used from Darkness Doge, trying to buy some time, but Hollow's already down and Sustain notably lacking here for Catawba Blue. J5 able to punch through 1, Darkness falls, Distorted goes down, the Valk not enough, and we are going to have a minute apiece headed into bonus attack rounds.
Oh, everybody please strap in. Make sure that your tray tables are locked and in their upright position, because we are about to take off into some bonus Overwatch here in the streets of London. Jeff, these two teams, they're laying it all out on the line. They want the championship, and I mean, Catawba, they want to even up our series here. Distorted is absolutely going freaking ham right now. And I mean, Hollow and Lucky, they have to have a gold star. That boop was the clutch there from Flash Mob, and I mean, I tell you what, 60 seconds apiece, not a lot of time to get stuff done, and we'll see how UPRM are going to handle this.
Flash Mob, before we move on, because we're talking about Flash Mob is the one who founded this student esport organization in Puerto Rico, the first of its kind there in Puerto Rico, and just a really important catalyst and leader of this squad, coming up with huge plays. That boop was such a big brain move. So I apologize for the interruption, but I had to highlight that. Flash Mob is deserving of y'all's respect, friends.
I mean, put the respect on Flash Mob's name.
You're absolutely right.
And I mean, now we got damage boost for the Ashe as well. So that's the other bonus into this, talking about Flash Mob, is that they brought the Mercy out. Probably something that Catawba Blue is not expecting.
Oh, Echo making a big statement early here for this defense. Now that will get rezzed up, yet Distorted is right back in this battle. But Echo is here to play and continues to land shots. This is the same opening Catawba Blue had on their defense, UPRM had on their defense the first time. The exact same opening.
And they didn't have the Mercy pocket either, so they also will have the +1 availability in case somebody does go down, and now we're under 30 seconds.
Just that little bit of extra damage onto the Ashe can help so much. It hits some breakpoints. Rotation around the statue here from Catawba Blue. They run right into a Dynamite and a Bio Nade out at UPR. They got to slow their roll drastically, putting up a block and just... Well, you might as well just take a nap, Sleskin, while you're at it. Sure, why not? Distorted's still working over the top here, corralling UPRM back behind Hotel. A good wall forces J5 to come out to try to body block for Wallery, but Distorted's able to weave one through. Barrage into the back, picks up one. Doesn't get the damage onto the Ana before the Sleep Dart lands. Bionade is there as well. You're not going to be able to heal. The Bio is perfect. Sayro drops Distorted, and I don't think that one is resable. Well, it depends on if J5 can stay alive. That Nano Boost is going to do a lot, and Sleskin is now purple. Sayro, you absolute madman in the backline. What are you doing? This freshman is killing it. Oh, and now you die.
You die, you're out. I mean, the res will come through, so this is going to be a big boon for them.
2 ticks already picked up. Bob thrown on, gets blocked by the wall, completely off the point. Darkness and Hollow were able to pick up a couple kills on the back of it. J5 is going to fall as well, and Catawba Blue are not done.
Darkness and Doge came up with a huge wall there. I mean, the ultimate trades that came through from both teams going all out. This is worthy of a grand final. This is the passion that you want to see. And for UPRM, they thought they had it. When they got the res through, they got the Blizzard out. They weathered the barrage. I mean, it was all in line for them. And then Darkness and Doge just took care of business in the back line, taking Sayro out. And the wall was absolutely chef's kiss perfect. So now we're looking at battling annihilations.
I'm looking at Hollow versus Sayro at this point in the Ana. Who can have the bigger impact? Getting Annihilation out from Sleskin, pushing in right into the objective, and it's a big Bionade. Blizzard is there, but it might be a little too late. UPRM will put a stop to this. The bookstore is as far as Catawba will go, but in 60 seconds, that's not bad, Billy. It's not bad at all.
No, it's not bad at all. I mean, you are, what, 54, almost 55 meters in. So, I mean, you've got to win the point in 60 seconds. So, do we see the Bastion come back out from UPRM? Echo was getting the work done again. Just the follow-up wasn't quite there. And these nades from between Hollow and Sayro are just so impactful and so beautiful.
That shot, the nades. Sayro, just what an excellent 30 seconds there from Sayro. Both of these odds, I can see very much why Catawba is so high on Hollow. Why Bushido heads end up the captain of the squad, a flex support player themselves, ended up starting Hollow as the season went on. You know, proclaiming them the most improved player on the team. Those skills have been on display. Both of these flex support players have been just phenomenal. I guess Flash Bob's technically a main support. It gets a little blurry there, but the Ana is a flex support hero, so that's where I brought that.
Okay.
Both of these Ana players have been exceptional. There we go. That I know is accurate.
I like that. I like it. We do see a little bit of a change here from Catawba. Lucky coming out on the Baptiste and Distorted on the Reaper. This is a change I was not expecting.
Interesting. This is all invested into the front line. And no speed. There's no disengage. Catawba Blue are not retreating. They are drawing a line, and they either hold it or they die. All in. Here comes UPRM, and they're going to clash. Wall leaves a big gap there, but the Bionade is massive. Lands on the Sleskin in darkness and forces out the Immortality field from the defense. Echo is on this Bastion with the wheels down, putting a lot of damage into Sleskin, but they're able to get that shield up, and the supports are starting to heal. They have to duck around a May wall, and Sleskin could not stay alive. It's gonna be a good nade, but the cryo freeze is there, and Wari is right back in your face with that primary fire, slowing everybody until Distorted gets a hold of him. Distorted has now killed both DPS, and is still on this point. Darkness is able to pick up one. Catawba, what are you doing? Incredible!
This is an incredible turn, and they got 8 seconds. Flash Mob is gonna have to be the one to touch here.
5 seconds. On the back of statue, they know that he's running into an matrix! Okay, they're able to get onto the point. A hairy moment, but they're not going to last long. Who is on the chopping block now? It's the male point. Oh, it's Walry here on the Tracer that's trying to stall this out. Echo on that Tracer is able to pick up one. Walry on the Sombra. Has to
the Blizzard!
Yep. That's a nice nade. 2 people low. Walry's able to get one, but they can't stick around, and it's just overwhelming force from the defense. It was a close call, but Catawba are going to tie us up here in the grand finals.
Whoo, boy. Okay. Catawba, you have definitely given me room for pause. Look at the mutual respect there. And our game chat. I mean, this was a hell of a map. This was a hell of a map. Holy cow. They absolutely got it done. Both sides, I mean, top to bottom, all 5 of these players absolutely owning it right now and just having a blast and having a great time, and they are just doing it. They are getting the job done. They are giving us all the money's worth here in this grand final, Jeff.
All right, we are tied up after 2. We're going to take a little intermission. When we come back, we're headed to Escort. We'll return with more grand finals in just a few. locked up, knotted at 1-1 here in your NECC Emergent Southeast Grand Finals. It's Jeff and Billy returning here for map number 3. We're headed to Escort here for our third map, and one is going to give one of our teams the lead, Billy.
I mean, it'll also get them halfway there, halfway to that magic number 4. That'll get you your championship. So, man, this is such an impactful map, and they have already banned out Rialto for our next map type. So, I tell you what, Escort is going to be the map type. Very excited to see where we're going to go. I'm kind of theory crafting. You know, if we're going to go into this Ramatra mirror back and forth, we need to go. We need to see what's up, because I think Dorado is a good place for them to go, especially since we did see the J5 Monkey come out for a recon test. They might have the Winston in the back pocket. Dorado is a great place for a Winston. So, they're kind of theory crafting. They're grinding their gears down in Puerto Rico right now, trying to figure out where they want to go, because it is their map pick.
Well, Escort in Overwatch 2, Escort has kind of become the outlier, right? Where it was Control back in the day, where you'd see unique metas and composition picks on Control. That's still somewhat true, but Escort has become this double sniper playground. In the majority of maps, we tend to see the Sigma come out. We tend to see, off tanks rotated in. We'll see players rotated in and out, because the Sigma is such a priority on the majority of these Escort maps that a lot of teams have a specialist for this role. So, I mean, do these two teams opt into that? Do we see the double sniper mirror? Do we see a map like that? I'm thinking Circuit Royale or Junkertown are the two most prominent as far as the big long sight lines for snipers, right? Or do we go Dorado or something like Route 66? I think would be a little bit more different. Things that can play to a little bit more variety, and where we could see the Winston, the Diva, perhaps the Ramatra once again. There's two very distinct styles, and we'll learn a lot once this map pick comes in.
True. We also didn't mention Havana. Havana is a great place for that double sniper look.
It's kind of the middle ground, right? Like A and C are two very long sightline sniper favored points, but point B is very enclosed and has a little bit of high ground. Not enough to where a Winston's valuable, but enough high ground to where a soldier or a cast can get a lot of value.
Sure.
Even with a nerf on the cast.
Right. I think this is where we're at with our game right now. Is you can go anywhere, you can play pretty much anything, and it'll stick as long as you're comfortable in your comps, as long as you're practicing your comps. I think that it really doesn't matter now. So, we're gonna have fun here. We do have our map pick that is in.
Wait for it.
I'm waiting for it. I'm not going to be premature on it. We do it. I'm not jumping the gun. I'm not jumping.
That pick coming in soon. The hype, the tension is building. Where do we go? Where will be map 3? Who will take the lead? Drum roll, please. All right. No. I tried,
really
Billy. I tried. I totally tried.
I tried. VMix is letting us down.
That would be the program that we use here behind the scenes to run this broadcast. Of course. We try to make this big hype moment around a map pick, and we run into some technical issues.
Can I tell them where we're going now?
No! No, you have to wait. No.
Okay, well,
we're going to take this time. Actually, I want to take this time because in talking with Catawba Steve and talking to Bushido Hins, they made a real point of shouting out Dean Tice as well as their esports coordinator, Gid Sasser. And without them, that Catawba would not have. They basically converted a gym into an arena where they're able to get together and the students can play together and have a bit of an esports arena. And it was because of these two wonderful people there at Catawba College, they're able to make that happen for these students. So Bushido Hiddens gave, the captain of the squad, made a point to shout him out. I wanted to give him a shout out here on broadcast as we get in. It's Junkertown, friends. It's Junkertown.
It is Junkertown. The other thing is that something we haven't mentioned yet is that Catawba has actually moved up a division from last year. They played Navigators last season, and now they are here. So they were a bit intimidated. And you know what? I don't see any signs of intimidation here, Jeff, whatsoever. If Kings Row is anything to really go by, I think for them, That should have gotten all the nerves of a grand final out of their system, and now we can just settle in to some really good play. We don't see the double sniper look coming out from Catawba. I mean, their attack phase, it looks like they're going to stick with what has worked for them so far.
Oh, the May on this is going to be extremely difficult to get good value out of. Darius Doge, yeah, learned that one the hard way out of the gates. They get popped immediately. Echo snipers. Well, here it is. It's here to play. How are you gonna adapt, Catawba?
Well, they're going to go ahead and take care of the Widow problem. But I mean, J5 on Winston here. This is a bit of an interesting look, and I think that you're looking to get past Ramontra just playing the back line. The problem is that Hollow is still on this. Is still on the Ana and the sleeps and the antis. I mean, it's going to make Jay's life just absolutely a nightmare.
Oh, my feet is doing a funny thing. Let me make sure. Billy, why don't you take over for just about 10 seconds?
Absolutely. Echo up here in the high ground, trying to get some shots in, trying to put some pop shots up, trying to find the value out of it. Yeah, I mean, you've got to hit these shots here. You've got to stop the aerial threat. Distorted needs to go down in a hurry. You're on 55 health. You're not going to get out of this situation. Kiriko is being worked here. Sarah, though, going to take down the Pharah,
Yep,
and that's exactly what they needed.
Able to start what Echo had started. Finish what Echo had started, rather. Still, J5 is going to continue pushing in. And Echo is able to find the kill on the Hollow. So the defense stops this cart just shy here at point B.
The EMP. I mean, who do you look to close out here? I mean, manual hacks definitely need to be on Distorted, but I think you save the EMP for when you hear the sound cue. Oh, yeah! I thought they were going to pop it right there. Did not happen.
They wanted to. They had it direct.
Right. Yeah, aided direct.
You see the healing of Fudo going into an invisible Sombra. Could have been a clue there, but he was paying close up attention from the attacking side. But Distorted was a bit away. Speaking of Distorted, they do have a barrage ready to go. EPS ulted as far as the Blizzard also coming online here directly. A lot of tools for Catawba as they approach the end of this point. Gotta be careful of these hacks. Distorted just found out. Down low, healing comes through. Distorted's back in the sky, lands 2 rockets on to Echo, and the sniper is gone. Now the barrage unleashed up on top of the Winston's head, and J5 escapes with barely any health, but only temporarily as Catawba able to invest just 1 ult in capping point A.
I mean, just fantastic economy there for them. And now, I mean, the Nanolation will buy them around the takeout corner here.
A Nanolation.
A Nanolation.
A Nanolation.
A Nanolation.
See, we just workshop greatness. There you go. There you go. You're welcome for that.
Yes.
You're welcome for that, chat.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Thank you.
All right. Anyway, what were you saying?
I mean, we've got Rampant, or we've got Primal ready to go for J5. So I mean, you know, you're gonna have to really deal with the bottom line here, the ground-based heroes, and then hope that Echo and Wolverine take care of the sky. That's a good start.
They're not going for the far, but able to get the shot onto the Mercy. And this attack is just dead in the water. There's nothing you can do.
I mean, you're looking for, you know, just ult charge at this point. Yep, bye-bye. That'll be Distorted going bye-bye. Accepted their fate. You love to see it. You love to see it. And the good thing is that Jay gets a hold on to the Primal. So that's the reset of the health bar, or the health pool. You know, it'll create havoc as well. Sound barrier here in this fight to go up against this Blizzard that's ready from darkness.
I mean, that was a huge kill. I mean, Catawba's coming in with 4 ultimates and a massive bank, and Echo just wins it out with 1 shot. UPRM are now at least starting to get back into this economy, Billy. Like, they might be able to fight this out. What looks like overwhelming war chest, and Echo does it again. Look at them go! Echo! Crazy shooting out of this Widow. J5 is going to try to pop this Primal. A bit of a gorilla sickle. In the back line for a moment. Distorted does pick up Echo, but has barely any health. Finds Walry as well. Distorted brings this back. 3 in a row here for Distorted on the Farah. And they're single-handedly going to turn this. That's 4.
I mean, wow. What else can we say? We put out the superlatives. We put out the adjectives. All I need to say right now is DPS diff. That is a DPS diff they have not dealt with Distorted this entire series.
That was just crazy town. Incredible display. Incredible display there from Distorted.
I'm not sure. What do? Well, you go with a more consistent hit scan.
I mean, Echo's been pretty darn consistent.
But there's still, I mean, the Widow, I mean, there's not much in the kit. There's not much more utility. They could have more utility and still get the same kind of value. So
there you go, sure.
That's what I'm looking at.
Ooh, speaking of utility, nice bubble in the background. Hollow didn't have a chance to survive that one. But the Supreme Sniper does fall to some rockets of above as Distorted the Eagle. The F-22 in the sky is just controlling the battleground here for Catawba.
And they haven't dealt with Lucky either. That's the other problem. Is that, I mean, we saw the one time that they took Lucky out, completely fizzled the attack out.
Lucky is just good enough. I mean, they're not going to give away an easy shot. Echo worked hard to find that initial one. There's a good dive into the back, and Hollow dies first once again. Catawba were able to turn it previously, and a barrage is a good side here. Coupled with an annihilation, Catawba got a little bit of work done, but they've lost Lucky along the way. Distorted found themselves in the pit. Good fight win out of UPRM. Much needed stabilization.
I mean, they got to stabilize on the back of this. They need to get these exit kicks real fast and furious. I mean, they're sub 2 minutes. Now, we've just rounded the corner here. And, I mean, looking at double support ultimates, I mean, Warley has really been getting the work done here on the Sombra. The manual hacks have been good. I want to see a little bit more from Echo. And I'm being highly critical. I want everybody to know that. I'm being highly critical here. But that's how good this gameplay is.
Duel here between Lorby and Sluskin. Neither really landing a whole ton of damage. Now, here comes the Nanolation, as we started to call it, coupled with a Blizzard. It's a perfect way to deal with the double support ults coming out from the defense. But UPRM so far have not died. Investments from both sides, and we're still in a 5v5. Primal, the latest thrown in, and an EMP. That's 4 ultimates invested, and it's netted 1 kill in total. And now it's a 4v4 on this point. But, you know, Catawba might be missing that on a bit more. Now with Lucky gone, even a 3v3, I know that trades aren't going to be enough. There's no way Catawba can hold out in this.
I mean, we say that. We've seen Distorted turn a fight 1v4 in their favor. So, I mean, it's not done yet.
Well, there's no shot that that should ever happen. And Distorted is just that kind of a gamer. Can't argue with you there, my friend. When you're right, you're right. Distorted is still alive on this point, though. Hacked up, and that's going to be a jump. Nice combination from Walry and J5 to take the Pharah down. Now, they will get rezzed up, and Echo is the one to fall. So the 5v4 now favoring the attacking team of Catawba. That advantage has now been increased. Catawba are starting to brawl this thing out. 15-player kill streak here for Sleskin.
Yeah, Sluskin hasn't been dealt with either. I mean, it's just such an interesting composition. Changes should have been made quite some time ago. They're going to get it in with time on the bank. Nope, it'll be in overtime, but still, they're going to get all 3 points here.
Blizzard out. Should freeze up J5. That bubble is not going to last too long. They do get a nade. Walry falls, so the punching power is notably absent here, but J5 is going to stick around at this point. Sayro's able to get one, and this is going to buy a lot of time for reinforcements to show back up. Flashmob and Walry get an ultimate, even the nano boost out of Celery. This could be over. Cleanup coming through, but Lucky falls. Flash Mob goes down. That's a good start. That one could have been dangerous. That support had been able to survive. Catawba, it's not clean, but they get the job done.
I mean, just a dirty fight there. At the end, it was just about brute forcing themselves in. And, yeah, I mean, we were looking at, you know, just too much push power coming through from Catawba Blue there. I'm not sure what the Winston does here, other than be able to create space, contest in a high ground situation. But, I mean, it doesn't do anything to provide any kind of protection against the Distorted Pharah. And you see right here, I mean, this is the 4K that comes out. I mean, the predictive shots coming through from this game are absolutely massive. So, I mean, this has been, you know, a chance for them to take a look. You know, they've called for a pause here, and they're going to have a chance to talk it through. We want them to be able to bring their best look out here, and I mean, Distorted has to be dealt with. It's almost like a super comic or a comic book. Oh, the villain has to be dealt with, and Distorted is the villain that you didn't know you needed.
Did you just call Distorted a supervillain? Is that
Yes.
Is
Yes.
this the narrative we're going with? I don't know if Distorted's gonna be very happy about that, but I
I'm
will
okay
say
with this.
they've got the chops. They definitely have the chops to give some supervillain vibes. I can't argue with you there. It has certainly been giving UPRM a lot to think about as far as how they handle things. Now I will say you were talking about the Winston. I liked the Winston. I like what they were doing with the Winston. We saw some good coordination coming out from J5 and the Sombra in particular. So who was on the Sombra? Was it Echo on the Sombra? No, it was Walry. It was Walry on the Sombra. Yeah. So I mean, there was some great coordination there between J5 and Walry, and a lot of those dives. Hollow was struggling to get a lot of value on the Ana thanks to J5. It was a good game plan, but overwhelming force out of Distorted. And, I mean, what an incredible performance. I mean, Distorted just had a heck of a map. Like, sometimes you just pop off like that, and Distorted took over, no doubt.
Now, you want to know why I call them a supervillain, Jeff? It's because aim and predictive shooting like that is bloody criminal. That's why. That's why they're a supervillain, and because I can't do that. No shot, no way.
Oh, and I love using the conch blast to dislodge somebody and then able to follow up on that with the predictive shot. So you get the direct rocket following the conch blast. That takes a lot of practice. And Distorted has clearly put in the hours. Looking like a top-notch Pharah, no doubt. I mean, a threat. I mean, that's something that it's worth talking about. Something that UPRM should be talking about right now in this break and how they deal with it. Distorted has had that kind of an impact.
Yep, and I mean it's forcing conversations, which is what we're doing right now. I mean they called for a pause, I think, to talk it over and to decide what they're going to do, because they're about to be going down 2-1. If they don't deal with Distorted, especially with how much open space there is on point A, if they don't deal with Distorted and Lucky, if they don't deal with the Pharmacy Duo, it's done. It's done in a hurry because they have not shut it down yet.
Well, I mean, and we don't know the exact reason for the pause. We don't know that it was just for a tactical meeting. I mean, they are playing out of Puerto Rico. There is certainly the chance that maybe there are some connection issues or a ping issue of sorts. No telling what's going on as far as that's concerned, but it is an opportunity for them to figure out this puzzle, and that puzzle has definitely been Distorted thus far.
I mean, we'll see. We'll see how this goes. See how they figure it out. Because, I mean, Overwatch is not just a game about getting kills. It's a game. It's a puzzle game. It's a brain game. It's picking and counter picking. And I think for them, I think the Sombra is a good idea. I think a Sigma, even a Diva, get in the sky. Or we've seen an Echo come out today before. So I mean, even bring in an Echo, get in the sky, and challenge the Pharmacy Duo. I think that you deal with it.
I mean, I'd say just straight getting kills is. I mean, maybe third important, maybe fourth.
Yep.
I mean, map control would be number one. Map control is top number one most important thing in Overwatch, and it's one of the hardest things to teach new players and players that are new to the competitive environment as well, not just new to the game itself.
I want to see. I mean, we're sticking. I think we're going to stick with the Winston here. And I just think that as a tank player, sometimes you have to go into what the other team is running. And I think that a Diva would make Distorted's life hell right now, especially with the Sombra hacking, being able to eat the directs that are going into your backline and taking Sero and Flashmob. Flashmob and Sero were doing the Lord's work there. I mean, they were targeted so many times by Distorted. I mean, they kept each other up. They kept their team up through a lot of these fights. And I mean, there are reason why we're sitting at 3 points on the board, yeah, but 0 minute or 0 time bank. It has to really be laid at Sero and Flashmob's door.
Sticking with the May on the defense. Sero and Flashmob coming out with a very rush-style support line in the Lucio in the Kiriko. Very fast, very in your face. How are they able to keep J5 alive? Could be a question particularly with the Maywell preventing that. Okay, J5 had a little bit of room and they're opting not back out. It was a great Suzu there on the back of the fight. Allows J5 to stay in there and control that big high ground. And look at all the map control that they have managed to find with that.
Yep, and I mean, they're going to get the kill here yeah, they're going to get the kill on the Sludskin there. So, I mean, look at all this free cart space now. And it's because they, dealt with, they put a specific hero to deal with Lucky. Lucky was the first to die there to the manual hack from Wolry. So, I mean, for them, they're going to push it distorted off the Pharah.
Yeah, Catawba Blue are going all in on this brawl composition on Junkertown. Distorted came out and was able to at least touch and stall this card out, but Echo picking up a pair is just going to work through these remaining members of Catawba Blue one by one, and this will be a cap. 2 meters left to go. Catawba, I mean, they played the Mei right out of the gate. I don't think they were investing a whole lot in protecting point A in the first place. Now, it's point B. They've really got to get back and set up quickly.
EMP and Nano are in Dragonblade are online. And watch for the deflect, because Echo has had a couple of really good deflects here. The deflect onto a Blizzard might flip this completely in their favor.
While we're trying to hunt down Lucky, there's a dash through as well. Lucky is still able to stay alive. Great shooting from Hollow, the only way that Mercy is still standing. An extremely important turn here for Catawba's defense. Or point B could have just gotten right away from him. Distorted on the high ground, gets hacked. Yeah, you were a little overextended there, bud. Now the Blade's going to come out, but Echo misses the dash. Can't get on the high ground, and this Blade is just going to fade away. The Blizzard bought space for Distorted to get rezzed up. That's pretty smart, Blizzard, as Hollow returns fire. Now the EMP finally comes out from Wolry, but it is a bloodbath here in point B.
But it does go into UPRM's favor. Now we're looking at Hollow getting manually hacked out again. They've got to watch out for, well, there goes Doge away. So, I mean, they've got to fight. They've got a nanolation or a nanoed Death Blossom to come through.
They are going to run back up on this point. It's going to be the Nano on to the Ramatra. Kitsune Rush thrown in and Sound Barrier from UPRM to try to deal with Catawba as they emerge out of this small little tunnel. The cart is going to hit. There's nobody to contest. 2 points on the board as this fight will continue. Honestly, it doesn't even really matter who wins this fight.
It really doesn't. I mean, 458.
I mean, it does a little bit, but at the end of the day, they got the cap. Like, it's a little bit of space here for UPRM. They will get that. Might even result in a little bit of high ground control.
So, running with the Winston here, I see what they're trying to do now. When the Annihilation comes up, you're pushing the Ramatra away from your team. Getting those tendrils, yeah, it's being all focused onto the Winston, but the rest of the team you saw right there, they were able to stay in contention on the point. And they got the work done on the back of it, so, I mean, this is a great turn here for UPRM.
Glory. Sneaking around in the back on Echo, a high ground. Echo's going to drop in right onto this objective. Distorted attack up. The call was made to try to take care of the Reaper, but Catawba Blue doing a good job of keeping him alive and using that Immortality Field to do so. That kill on a flash swap. It's the retreat coming through here from UPRM.
Blizzard, ready to go. 20% away from the sound barrier. Once again, Echo is going to have to be on duty here, being cognizant of where the Mei is, being able to try and deflect it. Maybe they can get a manual hack onto it in the back.
EMP, Lucky immediately dies. Distorted is going to fall directly thereafter. A brilliant play, perfectly executed from UPRM as they just absolutely turn the lights off on Catawba.
I mean, oh my God, those last loses. Yeah, bye-bye. And now, I mean, it's on the back of just the one ultimate. So now Distorted over to the Echo. We saw this back on Nepal 3 maps ago. Sletskin going to answer with their own Winston. So, I mean, the economy definitely in UPRM's favor.
And they're going to use that Kitsune Rush right out of the gate with the Blade. Lucky falls. Finds the sharp end of that Blade. Unfortunate for them. Distorted the next on the chopping block here. Pun fully intended. It's a nano on to Sleskin to try to stop this progress. But realizing that, Echo immediately just hunts down Hollow with a little bit of help from Wolry. And Sleskin then faces the brunt of all 5 players here from UPRM. One by one, UPRM are able to cleanly finish off this fight. And subsequently this point, teleported back in. There's going to be a little bit of stall here from Catawba, but they have nothing in the war chest. It would take a miracle for Catawba to stop this push.
It's not stopping. It's not stopping. They got the sound barrier ready to go. They're just holding on to it right now. I mean, Worley is getting so much work done on this Sombra. The Sombra was the perfect play. Echo going over to the Genji has the mobility and the extra dash power, the extra push. I mean, that is 224 time difference between these two, Jeff. And yeah, I mean, that tactical pause they took, that they got their work together. They got their minds right. And now they have the almost 2.5 minute difference here in the time banks. So this is going to be a very difficult situation here for Catawba Blue to go. Here's the blade that failed.
The blade that could have been. That was a little unfortunate. Sorry we caught that on stream. Echo, my wholehearted apologies.
I think they made up with it with the dash resets and this blade right here taking Lucky out so fast.
Overall, Echo did great. Like it was one small mistake. Like it was
one small.
It was unfortunate. I'd also like to highlight their partner in crime as far as the DPS lineup goes, and that's Walry. Walry doing a wonderful job on this Sombra, as you started to highlight a minute ago, and this was one of the picks that Gizgame warned me to look out for. I mean, that was Walry on the Sombra was a big standout, and after looking at that attacker, I mean, you could see why.
You really could. You really could, and I think that this is what, I think that the little bit of a reset there mentally, and, I mean, getting your coach to be able to talk to you is also a huge thing. And they brought their brains together. And, I mean, now they're looking almost golden here. Lots of early vision here coming from Walry on the Sombra.
Just hiding out on the catwalk. Catawba Blue are about to go underneath him. Distorted back onto this Flora. Has been the super villain of the server so far today. Let's see if UPRM can deal with the Emperor here. Some nice direct shots is going to force J5 back, and Catawba Blue have a lot to work with. They're approaching the real test at this corner.
Boba Fett is what I would have gone with. Boba Fett.
No, the Emperor is way more of a super villain than Boba Fett.
I don't know about that one, Chief. I don't know about that one. My own book, and plus it's the flying hero. I'm thinking about real changes here, but I mean, Echo gone. That's a huge amount of their push being able to take it off.
Look at this. Distorted is not a bounty hunter, all right? Distorted is a Sith Lord. If we are talking supervillains, Distorted is absolutely a Sith Lord. I will stand by that. It's going to take a little bit of regeneration chamber for them right now, though, also known as the spawn room, as it looks like the light side, our win of the day here on Junkertown. UPRM are going to ride this force into a 2-1 lead in your grand finals in the Emergent Southeast Division.
Well, I mean, they've got 324.
They do. You're right.
Okay,
You're right.
It's not done yet.
You're
I mean,
right.
Catawba Blue
Right.
could come out with something completely
Michael.
off the wall here. I mean, why not? I mean, it's a massive, massive time bank. Why not throw something in and see if it sticks?
Of course. I mean, I would close hold or something. Say that. I mean, I think if you close hold, you could actually get 2 fights, but it would be tough.
Yep.
But Catawba Blue definitely favor this up close and personal composition. Would not surprise me to see them pull out Reaper May and just try to spawn hold. I think it's the only option you've got. But what a difficult task. Yeah, I called it a little early, but I mean, 3.5 minutes to get 67 meters. This is a very, very difficult defense Catawba has set before them.
I mean, it's danger, Will Robinson right now. But we're going in with the Emperor. I mean, happy May the 4th be with you. It is Star Wars Day. It is Star Wars Day. I mean,
if you're wondering why I'm pointing out Sith Lord references.
Yes. I completely understand. Yeah, there are going to be some little changes coming out here from Catawba Blue. It looks like they probably will be going with a close hold here, especially with the Brigitte and the close range fighting ability of the Orisa. I mean, being able to eat a lot of damage coming in, being able to displace people with the javelin throw. Oof. I mean,
it's super sustainable too. Orisa is still so hard to kill.
I mean, especially I mean, they've got the Baptiste, so I mean, you've got immortality. You've got the Inspire uptime from the Brigitte. I mean, you're going to have the walls from darkness once again. So we'll see. We'll see how they do this. I mean, they've got 3:10 to whittle off the clock.
And Catawba have Walry already lurking in the back line on the stairwell left-hand side of your screen. I think got found out. It's going to translocate out of there. Was a manual hack there. And UPRM wanted to follow up on that. Yeah, it's Distorted who's hacked out. They know who the supervillain is. And UPRM want this Reaper down. J5 is trying to just stay away from him with the Winstons. J5 is working on the back line. The DPS are trying to deal with the Reaper. They deal with Lucky instead. It's a 1-for-1 trade. 4v4 left on this point.
Immortality Barriers is out, though, Jeff.
Yeah, getting a lot of cooldowns out here from Catawba Blue. UPRM get the manual hack in. Once again, focused onto Distorted, but Walry is going to fall. They're not able to find that kill. And it's back to the drawing board. So far, so good here for Catawba Blue.
I mean, that's a minute off the clock so far. And I mean, they're just waiting for ultimate rotations to come through. But I mean, this Amp Matrix will buy space. The upcoming Blizzard will buy space.
Amplification Matrix certainly holding UPRM at bay here on Main Street for the moment. It looked like the Summer was there on your right-hand side, but I think Distorted forced that translocator. Hollow taking a lot of damage as Echo swoops in to pick up that final blow. EMP into the back, and Darkness Doge dies 99% to Blizzard. It was a decent start here for the defense of Catawba Blue, but overwhelming force as UPRM put Catawba Blue into a galaxy far, far away. Lucky with a rally, and it is a Terror Surge trying to bring this back. But spawns are in a distant galaxy, and UPRM are riding this card in. It will be a 2-1. It took a little longer than I might have anticipated, but UPRM will win Junker Tap.
I can do the custom run in 12 parsecs. Oh, yeah, the Blizzard's going to come out.
Yeah, and a Death Blossom. Oh, no way! Of course, Catawba just threw egg on my face. What was that?
Yeah, that was a recontest with
that was
ultimates
a
in
wicked
hand.
fast contest, and it was a stall out in the very end from who was the last one alive? Because that cart should have been in a lot sooner than it was. I think it may have been Lucky. That cart went like 10 meters over the course of that respawn.
Now there's a shield. Now there's a shield, and I mean we're looking at almost another EMP here online. Lucky needs to be careful. They got the menu hack on them.
Gonna be a hack on Sluskin, who's gone over to the wrecking ball. Catawba Blue, you have made the impossible almost happen hit. You just need to hold on for 30 more seconds. While we're with another EMP, looking to close out this fight here for UPRM. Everybody low, Hollow goes down, 99% to their ult. Focus down onto Distorted, who's down to 1 health, and it's Echo there, pulling out the katana to finish off this point. Oh my goodness, it was truly down to the wire. I'm not saying anything. All right, well, we got a kill. The cart's moving forward. 10 seconds remaining. It was down to the wire. UPRM do not make a liar out of me. They do, in the end, pull it out. Holy cow, was it a lot closer than I suspected.
God, I mean, nothing is impossible in this series, Jeff. These two teams are throwing it all out on the line, putting egg on our faces. Well, your face, not mine. I gave them the credit. And
I accept that.
it happens. It happens.
I
mean, still.
It's fine.
I mean, we're being treated to some of the best Overwatch. This division is not disappointing. Put it on your bingo card. I think we're going almost the entire distance tonight. I think.
It wouldn't surprise me.
It wouldn't surprise me if we go 7 maps. Honestly,
it wouldn't surprise me in the slightest. Look, that retake should have never worked. I am amazed at how fast Catawba Blue got back. I mean, I have to go back and rewatch that, slow that one down, and really break down how Catawba were able to get that defense in there at the end. It was close. It was some pretty amazing stuff just to pull out as many fights. Catawba had 3 team fights in that short span. Like, that should not have happened.
They shouldn't. They shouldn't have. And I mean, that's what you get. That's what you get. The power of friendship and the power of teammates absolutely coming through in the clutch there.
I mean, incredible
10 seconds. 10 seconds, though.
Yeah. Yeah,
I mean, they took 3 minutes.
Yeah.
3 minutes, 14 seconds they took off the clock.
Yeah, here's
Good
the
Lord.
retake here. It was really just, I mean, it was Blizzard. Darkness Doge, who's actually been a little quiet as we heralded Distorted the Sith Lord of the lobby. That Blizzard was almost map winning. Like, that was such a clutch Blizzard. But, I mean, UPRM able to get it done in the end. Echo on the Genji continues to be a fun point for me. I'm really enjoying this series so much. I mean, take your pick. I mean, J5s look outstanding on the tank. I mean, the Sith Lord that is Distorted, being Hollow. I mean, being the sports. I mean, it's just been amazing. So, Sero's been phenomenal. Like,
Flash Mob has been great.
Flash Mob's been fantastic, especially on the Kiriko. Flash Mob's Kiriko particularly good.
I think Walry might be the dark horse here. I mean, they said to watch out for all the players. Yep. Walry has really turned tightened the screws here in game number or in map number 3 or 4. So man, I mean, we're gonna go to our escort or our push map now, and it's going to be Colosseo. And we just saw a Wrecking Ball. We just saw an Orisa. I mean, the sky is wide open here for these two teams, especially for Catawba. I think that Slezkin might have the tank advantage here, just ever so slightly.
Depends on what they want to run out with. I anticipate we'll get some of the Ramatra Brawl here. If I'm being completely honest, we'll probably go back to some of that. What do we see out of Distorted? I think that tells us a lot about how this Catawba squad wants to play. If Distorted's on the Pharah, they play very differently than if Distorted's on the Reaper. So that'll be a great indication there from the Catawba side, at least.
I mean, you can play Pharah here. You really can. It's just,
man,
especially along the main drag. Along the main drag, it's really hard to play.
See, I think that's probably your best spot, honestly.
Really?
Yeah,
I disagree.
You can work along the outside. You don't have to go play under the arches. Once you get into the kind of the high ground point where you get the cloverleaf part over the bridge, there's just zero cover for Pharah. It's just wide out in the open.
Sure, but I mean that's where you poke from range, and hopefully you get a nice concussive blast to put people off the side. I mean,
hey,
you let your
good
other
enough
DPS
to make it work. That's for sure. This freshman
absolutely.
Freshman's been lights out all series long.
I mean, this is not it for us either. I mean, this is only somebody's going to go. Either we're going to be 2-2 going into our next break, or UPRM are going to be on championship point to bring the first collegiate championship to Puerto Rico. This is a really important map for them. And in Catawba Blue, well, we'll see. I've got full faith. Like I said, I think we're going 7 maps personally. But even if we do go 7 maps, we got 2 more series after this, Chef.
Oh yeah, we're only on our first to 4 grand finals here for NECC Collegiate Overwatch. And I mean, this is already, we're on map 4, and this has already been just a thrilling series between UPRM and Catawba Blue here for the Emergent Southeast title. There's still 2 more titles waiting in the wings, but here and now it is map 4. Catawba Blue looking to tie us up. University of Puerto Rico looking to move on to that championship point. We're getting Walry back on the Sombra.
We're also getting Slezkin on the Orisa. So this is an interesting look.
Yeah, it's distorted on the Reaper. That's that distorted Reaper. That's the indicator.
Yep. So I mean, they want to play interface. They want to wall off J5, but on the Winston, they have an escape route.
J5 wants to coordinate with Walry here to get onto the back line of Catawba Blue, but they've got to get around not just Slezkin, but Bushido Hins, who has subbed in here, the captain, now on the battlefield for Catawba Blue. And this junior looking to be the difference maker and finds first blood here on Colosseo. J5 falls. Echo shortly thereafter.
Yep, and Brigitte right now is going to be that big difference maker, especially with the CC ability, with the shield bash, and with the flail. You can play so up close and personal. I want to see. Yep, here comes the changes. J5 over to the Ramatra Echo, bringing out the Hanzo. So, yep, we've got the work coming in.
This is so. The list we got of everybody's best heroes. UPRM have 4 of their players now on their best heroes. Everybody but Zero. So this is this should be UPRM in their comfort zone. Are they in their lane and flourishing and moisturized? That's left to be seen. Flashmob gonna go ahead and drop this Kitsune rush, and Zero picks up a good kill here to start things off. J5 pushing past this amplification matrix, using that's not gonna be enough. The Nemesis form, that's what I was looking for, is not enough, especially with this Blizzard coming out from Darkness Doge.
I mean, they invested so heavily into this fight, though. I mean, they put out the Amp Matrix and the Rally and the Blizzard just to get this meterage going. EMP plus your Dragon Strike and the Annihilation coming in.
Yeah, Flash Mob goes on over to the Baptiste. It just fits this Brawl style so much better. That Immortality field is so important alongside that Amp Matrix with the fix. Speaking of dragons, ready, it's the EMP. That is going to be the one that just collapses Catawba Blue, folding like cheap lawn chairs.
I mean, we still got a bit of a contest here. Slezkin does have this Terror Surge. They're going to get the heck out of Dodge. Well, I say that. Flash mobs say nay, nay.
And that's a good late stagger kill, and it's going to allow UPRM to get a little bit of progress. I don't think Catawba are going to be able to recontest here in the neutral. I think they're going to have to hold the high ground and fight out in the open. We'll see if they want to push all the way in. They do have this up-close and personal composition here, Billy.
So important right now is for Wolry to mark Distorted.
Okay. Ask and ye shall receive. Dragon's thrown out as well, and Catawba Blue are not going to get the opportunity to fight in this up-close personal spot. Sleskin is going in super deep, way back into enemy lines. Yeah, I'm surprised you lasted as long as you did, Sleskin. You were miles away from your healers.
Echo very quietly gets a 3K in the interim, and Flash Mob, having swapped here to this Baptiste, has their Amp Matrix online, but double support ultimates coming up in this next fight.
Distorted really looking for a good place to drop this Death Blossom. See if they can single-handedly bring this back. Have been so high impact all series long, and Catawba needs them right now to stop Timothy and see if they can maintain this lead here on push. Death Blossom over the top, lands right on J5's head, and eventually we'll pick up a couple of kills. Took a minute to whittle through that immortality barrier, but Distorted eventually gets the work done.
I mean, the fact that Bushido gets the work done on the Brigida as well, that Inspire keeps them up through the mid-fight. And it really does provide so much value here. I mean, keeping Distorted really on their pins. That's the reason why they win that fight, is because Bushido has the shield, uses all the CC to get everybody out. Big EMP!
Big immortality field, and then here comes the rally, and Bushido once again looking to be the hero of their squad. Blizzard out, and J5 is in trouble. Got to get rid of that lamp. They do. J5 is beaten into a wall, flatten their face against the brick, and here comes Bushido to flatten some faces with the mace. Swinging down, they will finish off Flash Mob and Echo, and Catawba Blue are in control of Tim.
We're gonna get the scratch moment here. We're going to have some time here. Well, there's a late contest. I don't know. I guess it was Wally on there. But I mean, looking at how they have to push now and looking at the linear nature of how this next fight is going to come through, Echo probably wants that Dragon Strike back.
Perhaps. So good in the neutral. And not even need Echo coming in off the flank. Moved in through that small room and just picked Distorted off right at the beginning of the fight. Distorted had their back turned completely. And Catawba just loses so much of their damage when Distorted is gone.
They do. And I mean, you lose your pushing power too when Sleskin is just murdered. My beloved Orisa gets absolutely mutilated there.
To the glue factory with you.
Telling you, it's hard being a Orisa main out here.
Well, Sleskin does have a Terror Surge. See how they can form the Torreta Colossal and redistribute UPRM green. Well, Sleskin's never going to get the opportunity. It's great focus fire and a beautiful amplification matrix here from UPRM. Combine that with the accuracy of Echo, and it's a deadly recipe indeed here for UPRM. Pushing forward and desperately want to get Timothy Smith to this checkpoint.
What a clean fight coming from them, and I mean, we see it. We see it once again. Just the initial early pick from Echo starts the entire snowball coming through. Now they're going to have this linear line here, and they're closing in within 20 meters of the progress that's already been gained.
There will be a stall at the checkpoint as the bot will stop and hesitate for about 15 seconds.
Oh my lord!
Yeah, that's a good kill there from Zero. The Mortality Field protects against the Terror Surge. Darkness does have a Blizzard. It's going to be thrown immediately onto this point. Try to counter the Annihilation out from J5. Will freeze them in their tracks. Still have to deal with the Echo problem. Sleskin able to do that. Uses a Javelin. Says, my Javelin's a lot bigger than your arrows. And pierced Echo all the way back. Walry and J5, though, still here. And they get the checkpoint. And look at that yellow line. That's the lead. Just mere meters in front of UPRM.
Oh my word, and Distort is back out on the Farah. So, I mean, we're looking for Walry right now. There it is, the hat coming through.
Distorted falls out of the sky like a rock, but only for a moment. As Catawba Blue returns to this fight. Good reset from UPRM. They did not have the reinforcements to stick around. Zero going down could be bad, though. They don't have that Lucio to help regroup either.
Really, that's a huge pick there coming through, and it was a great wall that came from Darkness Doge.
Heck on the lucky, but they're able to find some safety. Rally out from Bushido Hin. So Catawba Blue are going to get very aggressive on the back of that. Wall at the back of J5. Mortality Field is up immediately. Dealt with Sound Barrier out from Zero. And J5 is sticking around in this bout. But the Nemesis form is now run out. It's the Ant Matrix once again. Flash Mob with this beautiful angle cutting down Catawba Blue.
I mean, absolutely perfect. And now the work is getting done. You've got the EMP ready to go. Distorted still 40% away from a barrage. We know how deadly they have been all series long. They've got to get back and get a touch. Yeah, nice disengage there from Walry, though.
Oh, I'm still reeling from that incredible showing from the supports of UPRM. And once again, a really nice read and good disengage. This is so important to push. And UPRM are showing real expertise in these rotations. Good open to pick onto Lucky as well. Hell of a start. 2 DPS ults ready to go. 92% towards this barrage. Distorted as Conch blast their way in, but they get manually hacked. Almost landed in the Dragons. It's Walry preventing their escape as the submachine gun chops down the wings of Distorted.
Oh, and I mean, the contest is still on. Once they get this in motion, this should be space working for them. Lucky, don't get staggered out. Get staggered out.
Oh, no. Yeah, I landed the headshot. It wasn't fully charged, but it was enough to make Lucky sweat, well, and then force them to respawn. And the lead now being held by University of Puerto Rico.
105 on the clock, Jeff, and 3 ultimates ready to go. Almost 4 for Catawba. This is the point where they have to turn. I mean, UPRM, they've got the lead. They don't have to stay as long as they do. Big 5 EMP!
Blizzard does come out. That's going to freeze up at least Flash Mob, but Catawba are running into an annihilation to try to find these picks. Distorted can hit him from above. It's the Terror Surge from Slesket fearlessly. The Orisa moves in, and Catawba win the most important fight of their season so far.
3 ultimates used in that fight. So now we're looking at an Ant Matrix and a Barrage. Oh my word, I'm scared. We're sub 30 seconds. Double support ultimates are going to be online for UPRM in this fight.
From one incredibly pivotal fight to another, Catawba Blue have 16 seconds to regain their lead that they held for the majority of this map. That barrage, as we talked about, Distorted, peeking into our sights, hacked down onto Lucky. UPRM want that Mercy out of this fight early. They're going to use a Sound Barrier and an Amplification Matrix to try to make it happen. Distorted working around the outside, dueling with Echo, and will win that duel. Dies in the same spot, and Rez is there. The boop is just a moment late from Zero, and Distorted is right back into this fight. Now the barrage in the pocket, ready to go. It's going to be a Javelin spin, keeping J5 at bay. Here comes the Conch blast. There's the barrage out of the back. Zero goes down. Walry escapes with just a sliver of health, and Flash Mob finishes off Distorted. We're in overtime. Catawba Blue have no more lifelines left.
EMP Dragon Strike combo available into this fight. Flash Mob with the corner. Look, Lucky super low. Loki goes down.
Oh, they run into the wall. Oh, Catawba Blue have to make it to the top of the ramp. They are so close, but the EMP is massive, perfectly placed. Zero with a triple kill, and UPRM move up to championship point.
I don't believe what I just saw there. The initial kill on the Lucky, the priority was there. Walry, once again, the dark horse that I have had here for this series has come through again. Slesket, everybody is playing their hearts out. This Terror Surge was everything that I needed.
This kept Catawba Blue in it. That was, if it wasn't for that performance from Sleskin, that map was done and dusted after that fight. But of course, as we have seen now for 4 maps, Catawba are fighting this one tooth and nail. This has gone down to the wire almost every single map. Colossal being no different. UPRM, though, they take the advantage. They take that lead, and they only need one more map to claim the championship. Will they get it? We will find out after this break. Rico Mayaguez, I hope I'm pronouncing that right, up 3-1 here in your grand finals for NECC Collegiate Overwatch in the Emergent Southeast Division. It's Jeff and Billy returning here as we head into map number 5, UPRM Championship Point, Billy.
Yep, and they banned Busan, so we are heading to Ilios. Beautiful, beautiful, shiny, shiny, white. Ilios, so happy. Blindingly white. I mean, it's reminiscent of a Staniliki, Mykonos. I mean, all the beautiful Aegean towns there in Greece. I love it. And well, what else I love is the fight that both these teams have put together. Have just been breathtaking, thrilling. Thrilling is, it seems like such a horrible adjective. So I'm looking to see what we got coming up here. Championship Point. The first collegiate championship for Puerto Rico is online. Mayaguez, by the way. Mayaguez. You were close.
It has a little umlaut over the U.
Yep, that's what the Gue comes
okay,
through.
Gotcha. So as opposed to Guez, that makes it a Guez.
Yes, Guez. Mayaguez.
Yeah, and yeah, UPRM fighting for the first collegiate team in Puerto Rico to win a championship of any kind. They are one map away, Billy. This could be a truly historic moment for this UPRM squad.
Bushido Den's still in for Catawba. I mean, we've got the dive work that came out from this UPRM team that stopped the aggression coming in. We see a Reinhardt as well.
Yeah, so let's get pulling out the ride for the first time today. Oh, and the Ramachos look pretty good, but they're going to go with the classic, one of the original heroes here in Overwatch. As Echo's trying to chase down Darkness Dojo up over the top, so Leston's going to punch down J5 and win the Battle of the Tank. Should be first cap going over to Catawba Blue here to start things off.
Oh, man. I mean, this is just a difference of compositions here, and I think that they're going to need to be able to get the punching power that they need into the back line. Lucky getting so much work done here. I mean, look at that. 94% to Amp Matrix. That's how much work the Baptiste gets done in this Brawl composition. I need to see. Yep, here comes the changes. UPRM making immediate changes after losing the first fight.
A little bit of a Brawl look of their own. They already had Zero on the Lucio. Fortunately enough, they're not going to lose that very important ultimate charge. And Echo finds first blood here in fight number 2. J5 with the pin in and manages to get Sletskin on the second try. Look at a boot back from Bushido, I believe it was. Allow that pin to come through. It allows UPRM to make their way onto this point. First cap. Our Ryans are dead even in ult charge here, Billy.
It was J5 that swapped first, or the swap to the Rhine after being on the Winston. So, I mean, they recognized immediately that that's not going to work, and they immediately just drop all the charges and get their own good composition in here. Now it's Shatter v Shatter. It's going to be Sound Barrier versus the Amp Matrix.
Distorted up on the high ground, lurking above 95% to that.
Oh, no!
The boom! Bushido in sends J5 down to the waters below, but Catawba Blue are working with no supports here. Death Blossom from Warrior gets blocked by the wall, but Darkness Doge can't make it behind the Rhine shield in time.
Distorted might be able to turn this around. I think that you have to disengage here and save the Blossom. Wait for the rally to come up to make sure that you have the extra armor when you go into this fight. Don't press Q all at once. I mean, look at UPRM. They invested only the Blossom, and it gives them the fight win. Now they're crossing the 50% mark of, I mean, 4 ultimates versus 4 ultimates. Who gets the value?
It's the Shatter. It's going to be the Dragon out first. Really putting Catawba in a difficult spot. I'm surprised we didn't get the Shadow combined with it, but may not need it. This Echo is able to pick up multiple kills, 3 when it's all said and done. Could be a good fight win here for the Puerto Ricans.
I mean, that's just one ultimate. Once again, Jeff, I sound like a broken record here, but the fact remains is that they are so economic with their ultimates.
So economic.
It's so good. Impressive. It's so good.
I mean, one fight for 1 ultimate each and 2 fight wins. A J5 with a pin, and the Shatter just gargantuan here from J5 as they decimate through Catawba Blue. UPRM 1 sub-map away, Billy, 1 sub-map away.
I can't believe it. J5 takes a swim in the Aegean in a celebration.
Dip. Yeah,
Yep. I'm here for it. I'm here for it. I think that if you're Catawba Blue right now, you're hoping for well. Because if you go to Ruins, just based upon what we saw from J5, other than that one flail that knocked him out, J5 was the big man on campus here in Ilios Lighthouse. And I mean, the angle, the recognition from Echo, absolutely massive.
And the swap from J5 equally as imperative to that sub-map win. What a read. What a map. What a team. Man, I have quickly become a fan of this UPRM squad. I'm a fan of both of these teams, but I've cast Catawba Blue before. I was not aware of the prowess that this Puerto Rican squad had to offer.
I mean, I am impressed, and I am scared all at the same time. And I mean, right now, compositionally, we're seeing this dive look come in again from UPRM, and with Darkness Doge on the Pharah, we're going to see Distorted on the Genji.
And wins a bit of the ninja duel to start things off. If I could just say the word ninja duel more often, I think my life would just be a lot happier. But, you know, that's neither here nor there. It's Catawba Blue with a lot of good kills. Darkness back onto the fire. We hadn't seen this since the first map.
Now, I mean, they're going to have to swap composition. Yep, here comes the swaps. And, I mean, you know, early recognition that it's just not going to work. And actually, Walry are going to go over to the Cassidy, so you're going to have the hit scan. Try and deal with this. I think the Sombra's a better pick here, but we'll see how Walry does.
They want as much threats and pressure on the Darkness Doge would be my guess as to why Walry has picked the Cassidy in this scenario, despite taking a bit of a hit to the health pool overall. So let's get kind of stuck inside, but Distorted's able to pick up the kill on the Echo, and oh my goodness, J5 just got booped in so many different directions. Looked like they were in a pinball machine.
I felt like it was a pinball machine personally, and Walry does get the value there.
Unfortunately, they were the last player standing here for UPRM, and Catawba Blue wins yet another fight, halfway to taking the well.
Well, I mean, we're going to see something change here. I mean, the space needs to be taken. J5 almost even with Slezkin here. Once again, the later swap onto the Reinhardt. They've got Shatter v Shatter coming up in this next fight.
Oh, one of my favorite heads-to-heads in the entire game. Our two Reinhardts going down to each other, and Slezkin's going to land it. Combined with the barrage, it's the 1-2 punch Catawba Blue needed. Mike just put UPRM away here on well.
I mean, we've still got a recontest. We've still got
a recontest. There's one more. There's one more.
We've got one more. I think the Ab Matrix actually is going to be the most impactful here because it's going to burst down the shield of Slezkin. It's going to make Bushido have to burn a fade. And I mean, and Lucky's going to have to be playing on borrowed time here.
Catawba Blue moving to match. Woo! The Shatter is round the shield, and J5 is going to find that kill. But the blade from Distorted trying to bring this back. His kill's going in both directions. One shot lands. The heals are there. Darkness still in this fight, and currently dueling it out with Walry. He's going to win out on that duel. In fact, it's a bit of a trade, but I think the res should be available. Slezkin's coming back to try to protect it. 99% on the board here for Catawba as J5 emerges. Has to stay on this point. Has Sarah with the sound barrier should they need it.
Well, the fact that they get to hold on to that means that they're going to survive through a Shatter. They can survive through a couple of directs. They can get aggressive with it and push forward. Walry over to the Sombra. We've got Echo on the Tracer.
I would love to see UPRM just get aggressive right now. But Catawba Blues made their way on to the point, and this is breaking out a little bit. J5 spinning in all directions. Hack lands onto Darkness, prevents them from falling about too much, but they eventually are going to take Walry out of this fight. Meanwhile, on the other side of the well, you've got Echo and J5 out here just dominating everybody. Echo ends up in the pit with no recall. That's an unfortunate turn of events here for UPRM. Do end up dropping that sound barrier just to keep the two supports alive. You've got to, with Catawba on 99%. It is a bit of a disparate situation for him. Now both supports out of this fight, and we should be headed to that third sub-map.
Yep, and I mean, they got the luck here. The RNG for the map selector definitely giving Catawba a lifeline here, because I think if we're talking pure brawl, I'm going to have to give it to UPRM, just based upon the sample set that we've seen tonight. J5 is playing out of their mind. And, I mean, Distorted and Darkness and Doge, good God. I mean, we thought the Distorted Pharah was good. So is Doge's. They are both just going back and forth between the heroes here. I mean, this is a great microcosm of how our game is right now, Jeff. Seeing that they can both play the hero pools that they are and being able to swap it up, and they're just putting their hearts out here. This is what I live for as a caster and a lover of this game. This is what I live for, is the chess match that is going on. Catawba trying to keep themselves in this championship. UPRM trying to get their first collegiate championship. And now they're bringing out this look again. They keep trying to go back to the monkey, and it just hasn't worked. When are they going to learn that it just doesn't? It's not feasible right now. Not up against this Genji and Pharah.
I don't know. Ruins is a bit of a different monster. We'll see if it works any better than it did on Lighthouse. Eventually, J5 had to swap over to the Reinhardt there, and UPRM were able to win the map based on that swap. Catawba Blue draw first blood on Ruins. Darkness Doge going to land that final direct, put Flash Mob back into the spawn room. There should be first control going over to Catawba.
It changes. I'm looking for it. I mean, what was one of our friends say? Throwing for content? I mean, Distorted has definitely had the better of the Genji battles here, taking out Echo first in all 3 maps.
Blue pushing in aggressive. So let's get. Thought they saw something over there. I believe it was keeping Walry in check. It's just monitoring that door. Yeah, the main wall hack comes through. A lot of damage. They're on to Sleskin. Darkness Doge finds 2 while Sleskin was taking the brunt of the aggro. Darkness Doge sneaks around for a 2-3 piece when it's all said and done.
Yep, and I mean, they're trying to burn down Sleskin, and the support, the burst heals, just too good. You can't get through the amount of sustain that Catawba Blue have right now. And, I mean, they're basically pounding their head against a wall right now. This is not working.
Still no swaps. Coming up on some ultimates, at least, for UPRM. Dive and kind of stymied there from J5, but they're still able to get one Echo. Pulse Darkness Doge out of their barrage, but not before they lose Sero. Sero is so close to that sound barrier. UPRM might need it here, especially now there's a 3v3, and Distorted is putting the Shurikens exactly where they need to go. Bullseyes coming out of Distorted's Genji.
I mean, just absolutely cracked. This gamer has shown us all series long how good they are, regardless of what hero they are on. And, well, I mean, they're still pounding the same beaten path here. And Catawba Blue, they can just sit back and accept it. I mean, especially with the Coalescence online.
EMP is going to pick up the 1 right out of the gate. Lucky and Distorted very low. J5 is going to get another, so let's get so close to that edge, and it's going to be the ragdoll of Reinhardt that flies into the waters below, and Catawba Blue are going to extend this out. UPRM must wait another map before they can get their revenge against the only team to beat them all season. Oh, wait.
No, it flips.
It flips. That's my my dyslexia got the best of me there, Billy. Just scratch everything I just said. Just pretend that didn't happen. We're going to recall. We're going to rewind time a little bit to where I don't have dyslexia.
I mean, but you've got Coalescence and Dragon Blade online. I mean, you've got double support ultimates, but I mean, where's your plan after you get those out?
Yep, and the rush has already been used, and decent effect. Echo's able to go up into the sky. Never mind a hit scan, just send a Genji up to the skybox. That's how you take a Pharah down.
Well, I mean, Sleskin has to go basically go back to spawn. Took Echo with them, and I mean, just really gained a lot of ult charge there for Echo. Shatter online, Bubble's going to be very, very well judged here from J5.
Man, that'd be impeccable if they want to try to block a Shatter with it. Good news is UPRM are so mobile. Doubt you're going to get too many players landing or within the range of that ultimate. Echo with a good kill here to start things off. Sound barrier earlier from Sero has really enabled Echo to move in fearlessly to pick up the most important pick they could find out of the entire bunch. Distorted tries to respond, and J5 will fall. I don't know if Celeste and Distorted have enough to bring this back. In fact, Distorted is already gone, and UPRM, they're going to send us to a final fight, Billy.
Jeff, one fight to win it here. An EMP Dragon Blade online. We need to look for J5 to get this Primal up to displace everybody. We've got Distorted coming out on the Hanzo now. So we've got some changes coming through. Definitely very brawl, a little bit of poke, and the immortality barrier is going to be so very important.
Waiting. The EMP is out. Only hits 3, but it does include both supports. The blade comboed with it, but the shatter is good. Slenskin puts a stop to that combo and a stop to this momentum from UPRM. And all that fantastic stuff I said earlier, just apply it now.
Okay, Jeff. We're going to go with that. What a turnaround from Catawba Blue. They get their lifeline, and they get it in the most important time. They're facing championship point, and they get the work done. I mean, even despite the changes, I have to question. I got to question UPRM right now. I'm throwing it down. You tried to push the Winston dive so many times, and you got repelled 3 maps in a row. Yep. Well, you had to think that Sleskin was going to come out on the Reinhardt every single time. You had to know that they were going to come out on a Pharah every single time. I mean, 1 time, fool me, shame on you. 2 times, shame on me. 3 times, we need to be talking about some mental help. Because it just didn't work. It just didn't work, and the poke was too good. I mean, Darkness Doge had a fantastic map, but Distorted, once again, is the hero of the lobby.
And, I mean, could easily be crowned your MVP if Catawba should go on to pull this all the way back. Now at a 3-2, they still have 2 maps to win. I mean, they basically need a traditional reverse sweep. I mean, you got to win 3 maps in a row if you want to claim the championship for Catawba Blue.
Yep. I mean, and for UPRM now, we're done with control. At least for now. We might get a tie. It just depends. And I mean, coming up next, it's going to be hybrid. So, we've already gotten, we've already dealt with King's Row here.
Escort,
right?
Actually.
Is that Escort coming up next?
Yes, I believe so. I believe it's Escort and then hybrid for map 7. So we could still tie that, theoretically. Yeah. And we'd end up on a map 8 control. Should we tie map 7? If map 7 is even necessary. Our last Escort map was Junkertown, and UPRM were able to win that one. They had a brilliant attack on Junkertown that netted them nearly 4 minutes remaining in the time bank for extra attacks. It took them, it was 3.5 minutes, 3:24, I think, if I'm being accurate. It took them every second of that to cap half of point A, but they were able to complete Junkertown, and that was the moment when UPRM took the lead in this series.
It is, and, it is going to be Escort coming up next, and Catawba have banned Dorado.
Yeah, I believe Dorado got banned earlier in the night, did it not? Which means that we'd have a second ban here because we're starting getting into like control. We've already had Oasis and Busan banned out in control, so those continue to mount. So we will know if we go to another control map, we won't see either of those maps or Nepal and Ilios that got played.
They banned Rialto. They banned Rialto earlier. Yeah, I was doing the same thing you were.
Yeah, Rialto is not an option because it got banned there in map 3.
Okay. So, I mean, not many choices left here. Do you think we go... I mean, Route 66 would be a good option if you're going to run the Reinhardt.
Honestly, we probably end up at... Oh, man. Actually, it's a tough choice. It's a tough choice.
It is a tough choice.
Given what we've seen from them, it wouldn't surprise me to see Havana. And to play the brawl, to close hold on Havana, and try to just brawl it out in point A and B there. Now, what they do on their attack, I'd probably go back to brawl, but you can also run the Pharah out of the gate. Pharah on point A attack on Havana is quite strong as well. It's the traditional way to break a spawn hold on that map. So that would be my bet, but, I mean, who knows what these teams are thinking, Billy? Like, I am purely just guessing. I'm trying to make an educated guess to the best of my ability, but it is just that.
Well, I mean, you're one of the most prepared casters ever, and we've theory crafted for years now together. I don't know. I mean, this is a knife's edge. This is kind of do you go into your strength or do you go what's unexpected and hopefully catch the other team out? We haven't seen a Sigma as of yet. So, I mean,
Yeah, not from either
Escort.
side.
Yeah. So, I mean, will that be like the bingo card for us here that gets flipped over as we see a Sigma finally? Especially since it is Escort, since it is, that outlier. Now, instead of Control being the wonky comp, it's Escort. I don't know, Jeff. I mean, it's 50-50. I think it's 50-50 between the two.
I think we shift this conversation. I think we beat that dead horse of the map into the ground. Let's get back talking about these two teams for a moment, because Catawba Blue. Okay, so they make the jump from Navigators up to Emergence this season, right?
Yep.
And I mean, they're coming into a tougher division, and they start off 2-3. Like, it was kind of a rough start. They would go on to be 6-3 overall. Now, I will caveat, one of those 2 wins was against UPRM back in week 2, the only loss UPRM have faced all season long, and obviously including postseason. And Catawba Blue, they're able to turn around. They go from that 2-3 record to winning all 4 of their last regular season games, and now find themselves here in the grand finals. This has been a heck of a story between these 2 squads, not to mention the history potentially being made by the University of Puerto Rico.
I mean, it's just such a great story for both these teams.
Seriously.
I mean, it's what we live for as casters. We love to see the growth. And we not only the growth here for Catawba moving up a division, but for Puerto Rican esports. I mean,
Absolutely.
Can you imagine how big this is going to be if they end up winning this out? I'm gonna lose it for either team, because moving up a division, that ain't no small feat. And then
moving up a division and then taking down the #1 seed to move to the grand finals.
And then taking down the #2 seed to win the grand final. That is an impressive body of work for them. So, yeah, I mean, this is fantastic. This is fantastic coming from them. And I mean, we're going into map number 6. 6.
Yeah, and it's been super close every step of the way. And then, I mean, the other side of the fence. I mean, Puerto Rico are fighting desperately to get attention drawn to the importance of esports in their universities and in their schools. And this win here carries a lot of weight on that. Could mean the world for those students down there. So we finally got our map pick in, Billy.
It is. We're going to Gibraltar. Good old Gibby.
We didn't even bring this map up. I don't know. I didn't think about this map. This actually makes a lot of sense.
Especially since they have been really trying to pound the Winston composition out on us. Winston plays incredibly well on Gibraltar, and I mean, we'll see. We'll see how this is going to go. This could be a championship point for them. This could be the map that takes them home.
They are certainly counting on it. They're certainly hoping it would be. Hybrid went the way of Catawba. UPRM do not want to go back to another hybrid map. Obviously, they want to just, they wanted a 4-0. Let's be real here. But I think they really need to close it out on Escort. I think it's extremely important that they not go back to hybrid, or this could slip away from this Puerto Rican squad.
I mean, the mental has to be good here. The mental has to be right. The communication has to be right. Catawba, they've got their lifeline, and now they're feeling it. And UPRM are going to come out on the defense here. So this is a good look here. They're going to be able to see what they have to meet, what they have to match. I mean, you and I have talked about this for years, whether or not to attack or defend first. And you and I are of differing minds. I think that defending first and knowing which benchmark you have to at least get to is my way to go. You think coming out on the attack and setting that benchmark is so very important. So
I think it's important. I mean, I don't think it's an A versus B thing. I think they both have benefits and they both have drawbacks.
Sure. I mean, the look coming out from Catawba Blue. I mean, really, this is going to be difficult to hold here. Echo is showing us the Sojourn and Cero back on the Ana. So this is going to be very interesting to see how we go through this first stage of Gibraltar.
This is going to be very interesting indeed. J5 looking to control this catwalk momentarily, just early poking and prodding, doesn't want to give it over, and also threatening some space to close the gap against Darkness. So you get some bubbles out there on the catwalk, and it helps protect your backline. It also gets J5 with striking distance a little bit, but they can't hang out there for too long. Nice sleep leads to that kill. Cero deserves the credit for that one.
And there's a fall through that we've been needing to see, and a big anti comes through.
Card has made it all the way through the car wash, and UPRM are now going to pounce on this and see if they can win out this 5v3. Should be fairly simple, considering the massive player advantage they have.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that takes 50 seconds off the clock. And the big race that I'm looking at, Darkness and Doge off of the Farah, Jeff, onto the Cassidy. So this is in direct response of Walry on this Sombra. They need the extra oomph. They need to be able to force the translocation out. And that's why you bring the Cassidy in here.
Yeah, I mean, I guess they just don't want to try the May here. There's not the May walls don't have as good many spots to use, nor good or as many. Neither quality nor quantity. And there you go, Cassidy getting some value. Lands those headshots onto Flash Mob. Echo just beating a quick retreat. Catawba Blue looking to claim this space. See if they can close the last final few meters here. Cap point A and push on into the hangar. They do need a Bionade on the approach, but not enough defense there to stop it. Re-engage comes through with less than a minute to go. Combined with an EMP. I mean, it was an idea, but unfortunately J5 fell on the rotation. Echo's going to go ahead and pop this overclock here. You have one person contesting with less than a meter to go. I believe, yeah, it was Flash Mob. Once they're down, this card's dead.
I mean, they do get the coalescence out. So, I mean, if you're looking at, you know, what was gained by the late contest, you do get the coalescence out. So, you know, moving into the B phase here, J5 going over to the Reinhardt. So we're going to go buy into this. I mean, putting the EMP out as well. We see Walry going to take high ground with Echo. You're going to have a lot more utility with the Ash.
And Walry sitting up on the high ground here to start. J5 down low wants to stuff this cart here, play around this corner. We'll receive a nano moves to do so. I was trying to focus down, but the shatter from Sleskin puts the nano Reinhardt on their back. Unfortunately, Sleskin bit off more than they could chew. Beautiful work out of, whoa, Flash Mob and company. Not only keeping the Reinhardt alive, but killing Distorted along the way.
I mean, they popped the Blossom too, so that's even more impressive that they got through it. Distorted over to the Genji.
I didn't hear a single die.
Yeah, we swapped cams. We swapped perspectives, and there is a pause coming in from UPRM. They win the fight, 328. Not a ton of time here for them, but I mean, they're forcing swaps, and I think that this is important for UPRM. The fact that they are making they're making Catawba swap, and I mean, it's the counterplay that we have grown accustomed to here in this series. But I think that when you force rapid changes like this, I think this is where they have you know, a little bit of the advantage in, you know, taking this little extended pause here. I'm not sure if it's tech or whatever this time, but I mean, they're understanding. Yeah, it's probably the lag.
Yeah, they were in Puerto Rico after all.
It's got to be rough. It's got to be rough.
But playing on ping's not easy, man. Certainly not competing at this level. I mean, and certain things are harder to hit than others, but you know, I mean, things like the sleep dart. You know, I mean, like Sayro landed a beautiful sleep dart to open up that defense. I mean, like that kind of stuff, very hard to hit on ping because you have to lead, and like the projectile is so slow that you have to lead your opponent. Not to mention trying to guess where they're going to go.
Looks like we've had a player restart. So maybe the ping was just a little bit too much. Maybe their machine got overheated. Not exactly sure, but somebody's having to restart there for UPRM. So that's going to be, it's going to be J5. J5 that is unfortunate. I think they were close to having shatter. So we will see.
Yeah, I don't remember them shattering in that last fight. I don't think they were able to get it built up in time. So, because they had just made that swap. That was the first fight on Reinhardt.
They did get nanoed.
They did get a nano. Yep.
So, I mean,
and they got a lot of. I mean, they were close to that shatter. They
Yeah.
got a lot of damage down onto Sleskin on the other side.
Yeah, 88
So
shatter.
that's- yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Hippie. Once again, Hippie and SGK Carol in the back line. Caroline helping us out here on the production, giving us all the extra little tips and benefits here behind the scenes here at NECC. But, I mean, losing Shatter, basically having Shatter, I mean, that's one Fire Strike, basically. And you have it online, especially having weathered the Sledskin Shatter. the mind games would have been so much in your favor.
It had to be a really good fire strike, but yeah, I mean, close enough. I think a fire strike is 4% per person hit. If my Reinhardt expertise is proving me correctly. I've played a lot of Reinhardt, all right? I know exactly how much my fire strikes do. And that was after... I don't know that it changed, actually, when they went from 75 back to 100. Because it was originally 100 on Overwatch 1. They lowered the damage on the fire strike when they gave them 2. And then they put the fire strike damage back up to where it used to be. So I think it's 4% at the 100 damage. They also slowed ult generation across the board going into Overwatch 2. So, like, old numbers don't line up. Like, old stuff I've learned as far as the little breakpoints and stuff don't line up anymore just because they've changed those dials so much. But the 4% still there. That I know. That I know.
Well, we'll see how this goes. Still waiting for J5 to get back in there. I mean, we'll see. We will see.
I know a lot of useless Overwatch information. You know how much damage a sleep dart does?
5.
5.
Ah!
There you go. Nice. Nice.
Flexing the noodle here. But still, high ground control is being held right now by UPRM. The fact that Distorted has gone over to the Genji, that's a problem. Because they're going to be able to get on top of these two up here. Really bring the pain into them. And the Amp Matrix is also going to hurt.
J5 also made a swap. It is no longer on the Reinhardt returns on the Rabatra. Immediately back onto this point with a Kitsune Rush at their back. It's a good start here for Ramondre to help them build up towards that first ultimate as they just pummel down through Slezkin, pull out the nanites. Oh, I know this. What is the name of that staff? There's a name for it. I know this. Void Accelerator. Thank you. Yeah, producer got half of it. That's all I needed. I just needed a little prompt. I needed like a little cue card, like I'm an actor. Give me my line.
Cue line.
Exactly. Yes.
Darkness.
It's a Void Accelerator.
Yes. Darkness Doge over to the fair now. So we saw how good they were on Ilios. Will they have the same kind of effect here? Overclock online versus the coalescence of Bushido Hens.
It's going to be used immediately. Escorting Slezkin and company into the back line. But they got to get past Walry and Echo first. Death Blossom out. And it's Echo with the overclock who was actually pulling in the final blows. Walry is able to soften him up a bit. Echo now dropping in with a bull move here to flank onto the supports. Gets pinned in, and the Suzo was just a touch early. You saw Flash Mob throw it down. But Echo returns to a vulnerable state before the pin lands.
Walry has dropped the Edgelord now and back over to the Ashe. So, I mean, the picks and counter picks are coming through fast and furious here, Jeff, and they have wasted 2 minutes of time off of this time bank that Catawba had coming in here. Really, Darkness and Doge is going to have to be very careful now and be aware of their sightlines.
Oh no! Echo finds both of the pharmacy! Incredible shooting! You blink and Echo has another 4 kills for Echo! Oh my!
Oh no! Gets the work done. And, I mean, a celebratory spin around. And once again, right back up to the high ground, looking for the space. And, I mean, they have really tightened it up here. And they've got the Nano online. They're going to have Kitsune Rush for J5. I mean, a Nanolation should be used here.
Yeah, but who do you lock down? J5 could be all alone here on this front line. Gonna have a nade in used defensively. Keep them alive at the brunt of this pressure. Now the Nano thrown in, and here comes Annihilation. They're gonna get stunned up. It's a Shatter putting them on their back as J5 is running into the brunt of this team solo. Meanwhile, Distorted is chopping through. And Catawba below finally get a little bit of progress in the back. Echo and J5 draw some blood. I don't know if it's enough to stop Catawba in their tracks. A lot of damage down. Lucky falls as Echo returns to the fight. Slezkin's able to pick them up. But here in overtime, J5 finishes off. Slezkin and Bushido pummeling him down. And UPRM, despite the best efforts of Distorted and company, are able to stop this cart shy of completing point B.
Can we talk about the willingness to throw away ult charge to respond to the picks that are coming from the opposition? UPRM ain't afraid to throw it away. They're not afraid to throw it away, and I love it. I love it. I wish more teams would do this. And this annihilation was beautiful. Distorted, yeah, it got a lot of work done in the back, but I mean, J5 really did set the tone there, and the picks and counter picks, once again, it just ran in the UPRM's favor. So,
I mean, if J5 doesn't get 2 there, they don't win that defense.
Exactly. And I mean, that's the clutch factor. It's the clutch factor, and I mean, Caroline let us know that Slezkin, on paper, was the better tank. Yeah, I mean, I agree. I mean, the hero pool is there, but J5's clutch factor, I think, for me, has been bigger here in this grand final. And looking at this dive composition coming out once again, I mean, you're going to be looking for getting movement, getting cooldowns out of Catawba Blue, taking as much space as you can on the back of J5. I think that they need the nano here, but we'll see how this actually turns out.
Saw this comp a little bit from Catawba Blue. Investing on this close range on such a long distance map and against a very flanky, divey composition. So Catawba Blue are going to have to try to isolate either Walry or Echo when they come in, both of which very difficult to nail down.
Yep, and I mean, they're going to get first corner here basically without a fight. The big point is getting J5 on top of box here and being able to dislodge the healing core and everybody else as they go in.
I mean, Catawba Blue are going to drop. UPRM just try to stay and absorb the attack. I'm surprised they didn't head to high ground back on their own because Catawba's composition much better here in these tight corridors. Zero has long fallen here for UPRM as they back up.
Now, do we see the immediate swap come out here? Especially with the entry-exit picks coming through. Yep, we see the immediate swap coming through for 2 members here. J5 over to the Ramatra. Zero bringing out the Ana. So, I mean, you're looking for antis. You're looking for sleeps. It's going to have to be big coming through. And Darkness and Doge is going to have a lot easier time here going up against this composition.
A little different pathing out of UPRM as they go up the stairwell. I've already managed to get through the wall from Darkness Doge. Then they've run Catawba Blue back down into the car wash. Last Bionade lands on Lucky. He's going to force the Immortality Field out early, but J5 was in deep, and Celestin is able to finish them off. Grab a huge advantage in this fight. Without the tank, UPRM struggling. Stick around.
Minute and a half off the clock, and they have barely gotten to car wash. And now you're looking at, 3 ultimates here for Catawba Blue. The sustain is going to be insane. You go with EMP to pull out the utility and finish it off with the Echo Dragon Blade.
All the while making sure you avoid the blizzard out of Darkness Doge. Walry gets discovered, but is able to pop that EMP, and oh my goodness, those health bars are so low up in that top corner. Brilliantly done here. Flash Mob will use a Kitsune Rush amidst this as well. Not sure it was needed, but hey, it's not an over investment. And it's going to be really close to getting this cap.
Nanolation ready to go. Or you can go with Nanoblade. Your choices. Yeah, you can be very aggressive here in trying to get the stall out and pull all these resources out. That's a big Nemesis form there for them.
Yeah, it's both supports down. They're going to be able to stagger out Slezkin and Distorted here. So which is going to put them spawning so far away. And UPRM don't even have to complete this. You can see the box of victory at the top of the ramp. And UPRM are going to have the ability to grab high ground.
That's going to be the kicker here, too. And, I mean, who's going to win this one out? Yeah! Distorted! Stamping their feet there.
It was important. Because of Distorted surviving there, Catawba will actually get a 5v5 attempt at a defense here. Bionade in to start things off. Wall already is, so J5 can fearlessly press forward with this annihilation, but Celestin has already cut the knees out. They're going to have to do it without Cesaro. Echo gets through the Immortality Field, but can't find any elims. The Cryo Freeze out means the May is not vulnerable. Eventually, it's J5 and Walry who are able to back up Echo's beginnings. Nice. Suzu means Echo's able to get topped off after being as low as 16 health. And UPRM have the championship within their grasp. It is nothing but blue players here at the University of Puerto Rico at Mayaguez. will win the championship, claim the first collegiate championship in the history of Puerto Rico, finding the revenge against Catawba Blue, getting revenge for their fallen brethren. An outstanding performance here from University of Puerto Rico.
And Echo gets my MVP nod. I'm sorry. Just going head-to-head against Distorted all day long. I mean, this was a team effort, but if you have to look at one singular person, Echo definitely has to be the MVP selection here for our grand final.
Sure, why not? I'm on board with that. I mean, I think there's arguments to be made for J5 in there as well. I mean, there's a lot of good play. I was really impressed with the support line. I mean, shoot, Sero on that Ana was getting incredible bio nades in each and every time. It was a team effort, no doubt. But Echo truly a standout, and I mean, just disgusting, just absolutely disgusting on that map. That was ridiculous. That big 4K was something to behold. Huge congratulations to your emergent Southeast champions, University of Puerto Rico and Mayaguez. How did you say it?
Mayaguez.
I want to make sure I get it right, darn it.
Mayaguez.
Oh, we are going to have an interview. We're going to get a chance to talk to our champions here. So we're going to take a little break, get that set up. When we return, and an interview with your champions. We'll be right back. We are here with Gizgame, coach of the University of Puerto Rico squad. Hey, huge congrats on winning the championship here in your first year, and thank you so much for taking the time to come talk to us about it. Yes, yes,
Dude,
let's go.
it's so sick.
Tell me about this. So we got to speak a little bit here before the match, and you were kind enough to share a bit of details on how important this is, not just to your school, but for the entire collegiate community down there in Puerto Rico. Tell me, what does this mean to you? I want to hear what out of the horse's mouth. Tell me how much this means to you.
So it's honestly a huge win. We are the first student org, I guess, with regard to a student esports org down in Puerto Rico. Another one, I guess, notable mention is also Atlantic University. We are the first for any public school system down there in the collegiate area. This one is huge. We really wanted to come in, this is our first season ever, our first semester actually. And we really just wanted to come and make a statement, prove that, there is talent down there. And no matter if we're playing remotely, without any resources at all, we would still, be able to just come up here and show up.
An impressive showing. You really showed the world, no doubt.
Okay, so felicidades a todos bailando en la playa. No, I mean, you got to go dance on the beach after this.
That's good.
I speak some Spanish.
I thought you were Puerto Rican for a second. I'm not gonna lie.
Soy puertorriqueño. Okay, let's go. Honestly, like J5 put up one of the best tank performances that we have seen in this NECC season. Really good player. How good are your supports? That was impressive. We were talking. Jeff and I were talking before you came on. Your support line, the willingness to swap, the willingness to change, the willingness to give their lives to make sure the rest of your team saves. How good are they? Let us know.
I want to say the foundation for every team is a strong backline, and we definitely have the strongest. I want to say, not meaning to diminish any other team's backline, but Cero and Flash Mob, two great support players. Flash Mob is a great main support player. Cero is a great flex. Cero used to be is a Valorant player, so the transition to Overwatch was great. Ana was a slim fit. Very proactive players, very good, very mechanically good. And I think that Ana carry backline, it really carried us there onward. It helps enable Jay as well, as you mentioned. He's a very, I want to say, proactive tank player. So to have that support following him up is really, really good. And yeah, they definitely, I think they're the backbone of the team if we're labeling it like that.
Well, I'm gonna keep this a little bit more lighthearted. What are we doing to celebrate? I don't know if we're dancing on the beach or what are y'all doing? Tell me.
So I live in Jersey. I'm flying over. I gotta go over there and hug all of them.
Are you legit? You're gonna fly down there?
Yeah, absolutely. We're gonna celebrate.
I'm so jealous.
That's amazing.
We're celebrating. We have to. So we're gonna go out, whether it's bowling, whether it's bailando en la playa, like Billy said. Oh, sorry, wrong direction. Over here. Whether it's bailando en la bailando en la playa, whether we go to whether we go bar hopping, whatever it is, we got to go celebrate big. So that's definitely something we wanna plan a party for.
Please tag me on Twitter.
I'm going to follow you on Twitter. I expect to see pictures.
Absolutely.
Oh, all right. Well, we got to keep it moving here. We have more grand finals to get to, but thank you so much for coming in and talking with us here. Congratulations once again on a massive championship. Huge. Gizgame, everybody. Coach here for University of Puerto Rico.
Thank you guys for having us. I appreciate it.
Besos a todos.
Mucho beso. Thank you, Billy.
Gracias, amigo.
Take care.
All right. Wow, what a historic moment there for that squad. And, I mean, we are in first of 3 grand finals here at NECC tonight. We're going to go ahead and throw it to a break. When we return, we have 2 more championships coming up at you. LaFawn and Man of Class will be running you through those matches, so stick around. More NECC on the way.
and welcome back, everybody. After super hot series just now, we're going to continue the continue the playoffs of the NECC season. I'm here, Class with LaFawn, as we bring you into the next series. It's going to be a beautiful series. And LaFawn, these teams are, I mean, on paper, pretty much as close as we can get it, I guess.
Yeah, no, actually, this is the third and fourth seed coming into the playoffs, right? So as much as, the expectation is set here, I don't think we have a favorite stepping in terms of, sort of the grand champion expected, right? This is really coming down to the performance here at the very end of the season, right? As we get set to finalize our Grand Champion, as mentioned before. We'll start off with our maps, of course, starting with Antarctic Peninsula here on Control, and then all the way through. In fact, actually, Classy, as we kind of get a glimpse of this, you can already see there's a lot more maps than you would previously have seen on broadcast, and that is because we are now in a 1-to-4 situation. So teams will have to win 4 maps to take themselves to take the victory, and of course, crown themselves champions here at the NECC.
Yeah, and as usual, we are still working with our map ban and then map pick system, so that means there was a control map that has already been banned out, but we don't really need to talk about that just yet. We got to talk about the map that's actually upcoming. It's Antarctic Peninsula. It's new. It is very, very beautiful in a lot of ways, and if you are on the side of Penguins, you usually have the luck with you. See if either of these teams is going to actually use that luck to their advantage, as they do indeed spawn on that first sub-map, LaFawn.
University of Louisville Red taking on GVSU Blue, and we start off on Icebreaker for the first sub-map in this particular game in the Challengers Division. Now, as we get set underway, this first stage is very well known for its rush capabilities, and at first, looks like we're going to get that near mirror, at least both teams selecting Reinhardt. Of course, GVSU electing to go with a May versus the Symmetra from University of Louisville Red.
Nice rotation around each other, not clashing next to the objective, rather keeping the objective as a neutral ground between them. Go to Pro, trying to face off against Texan at range. That's not what the Reinhardts want to do. They want to clash, but the rest of their team says, wait, hold a minute. You gotta do his poking a little bit, but there's the Symmetra. The turrets are on the point. Maywell does come out, though, trying to function as a backboard, but leave a little bit of space open to get in the way. Yeah, a lot of poke, a lot of posturing, and GSVU Blue just enough pressure with the Maywell to capture the first objective. They're now going to use the wall again to try and put pressure on the Joda Pro, but they're not faced by the slightest. Beautiful fire strike through most of the team. Kill does fall on the side, but with the Application Matrix, that is everything they need. University of Louisville Red does flip the point in the middle, but they're going to instantly get eliminated and get flipped back on.
Yeah, excellent tempo at Matrix there from Andres. Having the wherewithal in a fight that looks like it's about to slip away from you, to use that ability very, very swiftly, get the extended damage, get the extended healing on top of it, to just keep Texan back in the thick of things. Tremendous read there by the Baptiste, and GVSU Blue are going to build some significant progress. Now, quick change happens on University of Louisville Red side, by the way. They're going all in on damage as Kill a Kid here on the Bastion now, trying to rain pressure onto Texan's shield.
That wall not going to also survive long, even when it does come up. The transformation comes through, and there are the wheels out for Kill a Kid. Nice shatter does come through, but the counter shatter is better. Joda Pro in the way, did not get caught themselves. The High Noon on top of the wall, almost getting something out of the way. Loses a lot of damage to the shield. The Blizzard trying to zone them out, though. Gets the freeze on the Joda Pro and a couple of others. The clapback is indeed there for GSVU Blue. And what looked like a very good fight for Louisville is not really going to work out that way so far. It's very back and forth as they still slug it out on the objective, and the percentage keeps ticking up. Eventually, we do see Louisville get on top of this, but that was a very costly fight.
Yeah, I mean, tragically for GVSU Blue, that Blizzard, though it freezes everyone, they're not able to eliminate the supports in time, and then through the protracted fight, obviously, the sustain on the tank is going to give you so much more tools to kind of work from. So now GVSU Blue, a decent lead on the point. It's going to come down to mechanical outplay here, though, as they don't have those punching powers necessarily to kind of clean through, and especially against that extended damage that the Bastion gives, this rotation is going to be very, very difficult for the team assailing the objective.
Nice open with that Dragon, trying to split someone up. They actually get the instant double kill on the El Magnum and Engineer. The charge through will go off the map. Joda Pro takes down Inks, but it's going to be a team kill for GSVU Blue. They come back into it. Their point to start ticking, and one fight, all that stands between them and map 1.
Yeah, I like that aggression from GVSU Blue. Don't give your opponent an opportunity to kind of set up for the defense, right? Just really aggress into your opponent and make them have to make a decision. University of Louisville Red get caught lacking and are unfortunately left out. Now, it's going to come down to the execution here. JodaPro hit one shatter, will have to do so again here.
Ooh, nice jump away from Andreas. Will almost could take him down, but just jumps away with those exo boots. But there's the amplification matrix, the aggression straight back answered by University of Louisville. GVSU Blue just kind of got overrun there.
It did cost University of Louisville Red quite a bit, though, right? Now you're looking at this next fight, and what do you have to slow down GVSU Blue? Not much, just the Deadeye, right?
Zoning
To
Deadeye,
kind of
right?
hold
Yeah.
zone. And on top of that, the big problem is Canman here. This time we'll have a Blizzard and the backing of their team to actually follow through on it. So, I mean, this Deadeye likely to be blocked with just the Maywall even. It's looking very, very tough for the University of Louisville Red.
For an opening, only one fight. Either team really needs to only one fight. That's what it comes down to. But the ultimates are there for GVSU Blue. Ready setting up the shatter. The wall's already there. Once again, try to function as that backboard. JodaPro gets pushed out of the way from their team with the amplification matrix, the immortality field. Everything is helping them to stay alive. And in the meantime, it's the members of GVSU Blue that are falling. They almost had it. They had the tools, but they cannot get the shatter off. University of Louisville Red gets back into it. And with 85%, this is going to be a tough one to get back into for GVSU Blue.
It's not unwinnable here yet, though, for GVSU Blue. Canman switch over to the Tracer likely for a quick contest, but, I mean, yeah, it still revolves around Texan. Can you get the shatter to lay down? You need someone to touch the objective here, though.
Oh, aggressive
get there
posture.
barely.
They do almost charge away that Reinhardt, but there's a good shatter for Texan because he got past JodaPro. JodaPro overextended, almost got what the value that they needed, didn't land the charge. And everything falls apart afterwards. That's the flip from GVSU Blue, and what looked like such a back and forth indeed does end up with a 99-99.
Yeah, this time the shatter continues to be a difference maker. It actually stuns out the Lucio in the sound barrier from University of Louisville Red. You're not quite able to get the sustained down in time, and ends up costing University of Louisville Red an opportunity at that round. Still a very close look. And one thing that GVSU Blue, I think, has showcased a little bit of an awkward timing here has been the fact that they're not quite, even though they're quick on the rotations, their ability to hold sustained fights back to back by withholding resources engagement to engagement has been a little bit lacking. So as we head to the indoor stages now for round number 2, let's see if that ends up being something they clean up to give themselves an opportunity on this map.
Now we're going to our labs map. Actually, this map labs. I keep forgetting the names because it's such a new map. It's a tough one. They do need to start slugging out on this high ground, which we'd love to see. The Killer Kid instantly back on this Symmetra. And it does already put a lot of pressure on the GVSU Blue. Once again, the charge back though. A lot of aggression from Texan, but they do give their life for it, and that's going to be the first fight win and the first cap coming through from the University of Louisville Red.
Yeah, it's a tough place to be, right? Without your mainline heals, it's really difficult to kind of stay in a fight. So credit to University of Louisville Red for identifying Andreas well outside the reach of their team. The turrets, of course, slow everyone down. That elimination comes through. GVSU Blue, though, they try and make that fight work by going quickly, just trying to surprise University of Louisville. Unfortunately, it doesn't kind of go to fruition. So we head back to a neutral fight. GVSU Blue taking a very low ground approach here, trying to just get presence from the point and force University of Louisville Red to abscond from the high ground.
Not a weird moment when you have it made. They do block the Reinhardt off from their team. Instant elimination. No immortality field can get there. It was already used on the high ground, unfortunately, for Jumba. Now, very dominant position for GVSU Blue. They got their tank alive. All they have to do is just stand here and not give it up to Louisville. Exactly what they're going to do. Now they're going to travel over to the high ground, try and find some eliminations, stagger out this fight a little bit more. They're going to do exactly that. Already find the Symmetra. There goes the Cassidy. And this is going to be GVSU Blue capping the point early and just finding more and more value after.
Excellent read there from GVSU Blue. Not only do they get to the point, get the flip as quickly as possible, once the delayed elimination onto JodaPro comes in, they allow University of Louisville Red to kind of stagger themselves, and before the tank can kind of return to the fold, GVSU Blue splits the team, gets the stagger eliminations, and honestly extends themselves into a further and further lead by virtue of winning one fight. Very smart setup here from GVSU Blue.
I love this. Symmetra wall to just sit on the point, set up the Symmetra turrets. They instantly kept it back before GVSU even drops. But this percentage is going to tick up red for a while. The High Noon is out. Shatter's already been used. JotaPro has it ready. Texans not able to capitalize on anything here. The application matrix is huge. And what does turn into a fight win for Louisville is, again, a lot of check marks burned.
One good engage deserves another, and University of Louisville Red, recognizing what their opponents kind of did to them, steals from the playbook of GVSU Blue. Head to the objective, take the point away, and then you can extend a skirmish. Right now, University of Louisville Red have put themselves in a position where they're going to be trending towards final fight. JotaPro still has an Earthshatter. You have a sound barrier kind of waiting in the wings, and as long as you're able to keep your tank up through this blizzard, you're sitting in very good position.
Good opening Shatter, but the Blizzard's also really good. Texan immediately charges into the backline. Will get taken out by right click. No more Rider. It's on the field as El Magnum also gets found. And this is just a skirmish that goes back and forth between these teams. They both still have some members alive. The Zen percentage is still in the favor of University of Louisville Red, but eventually it will get cleaned up by GVSU Blue. And the backline plus the May makes it happen.
Still, what an expensive fight, right? Now you're looking at Symmetra wall. We saw the play the University of Louisville Red was able to accomplish the last time they had this ultimate rotation, right? Put the photon barrier down, walk to the point, just contest the objective. We'll see if GVSU Blue is able to respond in kind this time, or if they'll give the point up, because they don't really have the percentage to do so.
Engineer on the slide flank. The High Noon is out, but of course does not get anything through that wall. Jumps through though, finds El Magnum, couldn't get on the other side of the wall quick enough. And there are so many low targets he cannot capitalize quickly. It's just a back and forth again. These teams does not know how to take a clean fight against each other. At least the other teams just keep denying it. He's doing an amazing job here. JotaPro does get the charge through onto Mochi, and with that pressure they do manage to flip the point back to Louisville Red. And eventually Canman will go down as well. But this is the last fight territory, and University of GVSU Blue is going to have a tough time getting back with all their members on time.
Yeah, I don't know if they'll even be able to touch. The closest one appears to be the Lucio. They'll get there, but I mean, that HP bar is so very vulnerable.
They fight Inks as well. The sloppy rotation. Conduit as a full squad. Engineer finds their counterpart. There goes another elimination onto Andreas. With the 3v5 fight, you're going to have to believe this is going to Louisville Red. It sure will. And of course, between these two teams, what else than tying it up 1-on-1? We're going to point 3 on Antarctica.
Yeah, it was a really, really nice setup by University of Louisville Red off the photon barrier twice, actually, to gain themselves the majority of the percentage that they were able to find. This time around, I mean, GVSU Blue, the second phase, they actually had a near shutdown, right? I mean, you can see here on this replay, jumping through the barrier. Unfortunately, Inks perhaps overheats just a little bit, rolls into the fight, not able to stay alive, and perhaps at the mercy of the objective timer more than anything else. GVSU Blue try and force the issue. University of Louisville Red successfully deny them that progress. So we'll head to our third stage here on map number 1, and this grand finals already shaping up to be a tremendous engagement, a tremendous skirmish indeed, as we continue to see the rush play out here on the third round.
This the laps. They just at the sub level. Straight up again, and this opener with the Symmetra is working out super well for Louisville every single time they get that position, and GSU Blue doesn't really want to overextend that. They don't want to get past those turrets. As a result, the pressure's all on GVSU. They already lose Andreas. Texan goes down too. Super low health bar on JotaPro, but they get saved. They get healed up for that first fight, and control once again going to Louisville Red.
Yeah, rush compositions operate on a knife's edge. And for GVSU Blue, their composition is really dependent on bisecting their opposition, right? Hitting the May wall up behind the tank and then executing as a team to burn them down. However, University of Louisville Red have not really put themselves in a position where that kind of comes to fruition, right? They're playing together so closely as a squad off the teleporter. There's not enough time to wall someone up. And obviously the damage throughput from University of Louisville Red is higher by definition. So they've made a great adaptation against GVSU Blue's composition.
GVSU trying to once again take us to the high ground, trying to bully Louisville Red off it. It's not really happening so far. The split off onto the Cassidy should be able to lead to an early elimination, but there's a lot of saving. The Immortality Field came out, do finally get the elimination, but it costs a lot of rotation and a lot of resources to get that elimination. Texan also found Killer Kid with the shatter coming through. They do indeed clean up the rest of Louisville Red. But that was a tricky fight to get on.
Yeah, University of Louisville Red actually almost turned that one. Good on GVSU Blue for not losing the thread of the engagement, right? They isolate both DPS players from their opposition and take them down. I don't even dislike that Earth Shatter, right? You got to commit to that fight, make sure that it ends quickly so you can start building your own percentage. And now they'll have to play around the Blizzard. They need to find eliminations out of this ultimate, something they've struggled to do this map so far.
Louisville Red trying to find once again this high ground position, play from there, but it seems like GVSU Blue is done with playing on that high ground. They want to play from a different perspective. Focus Louisville maybe more in the open here. The High Noon is at least out from Engineer. They want to push them all the way back. They're going to be able to do so. That barrier is not going to live from Texan. Both amplification matrices now out. Who gets to do the most burst? Well, it looks like it's going to be, in fact, it should have been University of Louisville Red because they had this barrier up, but the Blizzard came through. We do get the sound barrier as well as the counter shadow from Joda Pro. They're trying to get some damage done. They're trying to stay alive here, but it does look like GVSU Blue with the numbers advantage will eventually get through here and keep control of this objective.
One of the highlights for GVSU Blues that University of Louisville Red were content to kind of engage in that extended fight and end up wasting their own resources more than anything else. The time is no longer on their side, and off the back of that, ult storm, Texan has another shatter here. So in what is to be final fight perspective for GVSU Blue, they have an opportunity to close this one out. Comes down to, can Texan land a shatter, and is the follow-up damage there? This is what GVSU Blue needs to put this map out of reach here in the early stages of this last fight.
GVSU Blue biding their time. They're looking for that opportunity to slowly whittle down this Reinhardt barrier. Go for the shatter. Doesn't even need to wait for it. The wall, the shatter, it all comes through. This Joda Pro and El Magnum instantly deleted. No more immortality field on the board. 3 on the ground. This looks like this is going to be it. This is going to be map 1 for GVSU Blue and a beautiful team kill.
What an excellent set play there by GVSU Blue, identifying their win condition, right? It was the shatter. It's the only tool they had to their name. Baiting away, trying to get University of Louisville Red to bite on it. And in fact, they do, right? They step forward, try to get that rotation, try to get immolation instead. They run into the Reinhardt's hammer, and it's an easy cleanup for the team. What a fantastic play there from GVSU Blue as they'll take the early lead here in our first to 4. A quarter of the way there, Classy, as we get set to try and find out if there's a response from University of Louisville Red here in map number 2.
Yeah, exactly. It's just been map 1, and I mean, what more can we ask for? They're just like a full 3, almost goes 99 to 99 on all 3 maps. It's going to be potentially a very long one, unless one of these teams just downloads the other. But it's a very real possibility that between these teams, map choice is also going to matter a whole lot throughout the series. So we'll get into that a little bit later. But for now, yeah, beautifully played from GVSU Blue. I'm always partial to a little bit of May play, and they did play around the wall really well. But that's Symmetra. Oftentimes you see this Symmetra come out of Control-a-thon, and it's just for like that first fight. If you don't win it, you kind of swap off. But they made it work really well throughout most of the maps.
Yeah, I mean, the Symmetra rather is it has sneaky good damage, right? Obviously, the turret to kind of set the tempo of the map, right? The turrets can actually slow down the tank, right? They do a lot of damage. They're actually really irritating, forcing you to kind of turn around and deal with them, which opens up your back to your opponent. Obviously, the teleporter being able to set plays up, getting to and from high ground, rotating to the backline very swiftly, getting out of spawn really quickly. All of these, and more end up being difference makers for the Symmetra, and that's not even to speak of the damage of her primary and alternate fire, which can really put a tank on notice, especially against the shield, right? When you're ramped up to that level 3 and you're not losing ammo, it's a really tough character to play against. So yeah, the Symmetra doesn't surprise me that we saw it in Control. Interesting little, I'd say difference in philosophy. Not necessarily an incorrect one, of course, just a different look at how the fight plays out. And, that's also an interesting to kind of set as an aside here, Classy. We talked at the top of the show. These teams are very close to each other seeding-wise heading into the playoffs. And I think we're already seeing that, in kind of the performance here. These teams are very, very close to each other.
Yeah, and there is so much we can say about like why it is that they're so close on paper. Like we started talking about it before the game, and you know a little bit after. Like right now, you're mentioning it, and if you look at like the stats, there's a reason we say this, right? They both ended 7-2 in the regular season. The last time they played each other, it was a 3-2 in favor of GVSU. But also like in their playoffs bracket, you know, they both obviously played other teams. They're the 3rd and 4th seed, which means that they actually managed to both, you know, knock out the 1st and 2nd seed. They're no longer here in this particular conference. So like there's so much going on within this particular matchup that just screams this might be a map 7 or further if they draw somewhere. And I'm all for it. So we're going to hybrid next. Map pick, like we said, might actually matter a lot between these. So we're not going to be able to see Numbani anymore this series. That one has been banned. We're going to Hollywood, it seems.
It's an interesting read, actually, that we're going to Hollywood. I mean, the expected one, right? We've seen it so many times as Kings Row kind of have that rush, especially, you know, with the performance on map number 1. The fact that we're going to Hollywood for map number 2 is really, really interesting to me. Because keep in mind, Hollywood has a lot of defensible high ground. We often see dive compositions run this map a lot across all levels of play, and dive with a hit scan tends to be sort of the name of the game, especially defensively. So I'm looking to see if there's going to be a trend towards that style here from our teams, or if they're going to try and bring something a little bit more unexpected compositionally to perhaps surprise their opponent and really take presence on this map.
And it's worth noting as well, GVSU Blue as the higher seed got to pick that first map. So they Louisville banned Ilios, then we went to Antarctic. And you can kind of tell here that now going to Hollywood on Louisville Red's dime makes it a little more clear, or at least it gives you slight insight into what they'd rather play, what type of map they would rather play. And with all the high ground that's on Hollywood and that's on Numbani, it does seem like GVSU Blue doesn't want to go to those more vertical maps. And Louisville Red choosing to go to Hollywood here is super interesting. We haven't seen this map in a while, obviously, because it's been out of the map pool for I don't know how long, just a long time. But it's always been one of those maps that just swing either way really hard, just depending on, especially this first point.
Our first Ramatra sighting here in the grand finals on the defensive side of things. As of late, Ramatra has been better in the head-to-head matchup in sort of a brawl composition, right? So we'll see how well Joda Pro can make the neutral game work. Keep in mind, the ultimate still favors the Reinhardt. Nothing to block the Shatter.
Ramatra threw out there, but does get punched through. And when they're all in that room, that's a lot of ult charge. Already on 50%. Joda Pro trailing on 30. Good start to the defense here.
One of the things to highlight, too, about the Ramatra is that coupled with the Mei, if you get caught out even slightly between the Ravenous Vortex and, the slow from the primary fire and the wall, there's just so much area control that it's tough to survive. And we already see that, instantly Texan takes full advantage. So have to be very, very careful with positioning against this composition that GVSU Blue is running.
High ground control now by University of Louisville. Trying to get, probably wait for their speed boost to maybe get in there. All the anti-nades, etc. are gone. Mochi no longer with that nade. They do try and assault on the cafe. At least they get the first tick because of the pressure they put out. And Wolfie now in for Inks is the first to fall. Miles few punch through some Texan, but it's not enough. And even the anti-nade for Mochi cannot save them. Maybe a cool push through here for Louisville, and they're very controlled.
Nice. It was a smart rotation from University of Louisville Red. It's tough to get, highlighting that the ability to be punished when you're out of position against the Mei. Ramatra, what do you do to prevent that? Well, you make sure that there's no way for GVSU Blue to assault your backline. We saw them take that flank high ground approach and quickly close the gap into the Ant Matrix. So a really good read here, and they're not stopping actually, just chasing down the members of GVSU Blue who are perhaps not quite aware of the pressure that University of Louisville Red was putting here onto the forward spawners.
Yeah, I do like the answer of the Mei as well. A lot of the time you get these Mei battles, and then it really becomes about, do you play the first wall, or do you try to play the reactionary wall? And we haven't seen the true matchup just yet, but that's definitely going to happen, especially if they get the third, but maybe the second as well. With this high ground control, nice shot from Wolf. He finally answers back in kind to Engineer, who's had his number so far. For a couple of more shots, trying to get the Bootsies out of the way. It's not going to happen just yet, but at least the Immortality Field forced early.
Ooh, expensive
As
fight
Dragon
here.
Through. Oh, the double. Amazing. You get the Dragon plus the Ramatra ult. Way too much AoE to dodge for anybody on any side of the team. So that's a full wipe coming through. Not quite the Gong, but very nicely done.
I mean, it's a little bit lucky that University of Louisville Red elect to use the sound barrier there, because that was Dragon Strike Nano and Annihilation in quick succession. It was one of the fights that you absolutely have to win, so credit to GVSU Blue for getting it to work. But now they're at somewhat of a deficit, and we'll see how well they're able to reply. This Blizzard is basically the only offensive tool in terms of crowd control they have left.
The wall on the bridge, the rush back. I mean, that's just a beautiful sight all the way over the catwalk. It's not something you want to see when you're on Louisville. It's getting completely overrun here by the Kiriko rush style with the rest of the team. Never Macha just runs at you with those big fists. There's nothing you can do. The cart gets pushed a little bit further because Killakid manages to get their position on there, but that's going to be a stagger and a half.
I mean, that delay even further, right? With the sleep dart there, they get an extra, 10 seconds off the timer. Yeah, it basically rescues the lack of defense that GVSU Blue had on first point, right? Now, as they get set to try and defend the last 2.5 minutes here. This next fight is absolutely critical for University of Louisville Red. They don't have much, or rather, their opponents don't have much to kind of defend against here. It's really just the Blizzard. Now you have an opportunity to perhaps not overspend, but also get this progress. And if you get the capture here, you're looking good for third. If you don't, all of a sudden overtime starts to become more and more likely of a situation you find yourselves in. So, very, very important outlook on this engagement for the offense.
Louisville in a bit of trouble. They lose so much resource and ability before they even get close. But now they finally get there. The Blizzard comes out. Too frozen. They won't get taken out because there's enough left, but they do lose El Magnum at least on the side of Louisville. Finally, there's the elimination through. Engineer's going to be careful here. Will not get taken out. Just in time, there's some healing coming through and some DPS support. This is the moment, though. They're going to have choke control.
But they're not going to be able to control it that aggressively, though. Wolfie has a Dragon Strike and, yeah, loses it instantly to get to the point. There is going to be a recontest here for GVSU Blue.
Early block from the mate. It's a good users to get out of there. They do find El Magnum, but they traded for Mochi, and there's a lot of healing utility gone from the Ana out of the way. Texan cannot keep up the pressure. Did not have the ultimate ready just yet in time to get enough value out of. They said to give up the Annihilation, and that's going to be a cap here for Louisville Red.
Looking like some changes here for GVSU Blue. They get off the Ramatra into a Reinhardt here, so looking to match blow for blow. University of Louisville Red, I mean, they win that fight, but it's not yet out of the woods for them. We're still only 2 minutes here on what is the most defensible point of this map. And GVSU Blue, I mean, a quick attack here with this Kitsune Rush could really put University of Louisville Red on notice.
Ultimately putting them on the back foot. That's already 2 down, but they get beautiful trades here. Killakid finishes them off with a couple of turrets, and that's just Symmetra going buzz, buzz, buzz. The microwave has been turned on to full power. That's going to be a team kill just off the back of Symmetra pressure.
That's so unfortunate. The triple stack turrets on the cart. Yeah, no one expects that. And now University of Louisville Red on prime position to actually close this fight out with more than a minute remaining here. Sound Barrier, Earth Shatter, Deadeye. A lot of punching power for the offense.
Looking to push this through. The backboard's been set up, but both walls are out. The Shatter comes through. It's a beautiful anti-nade from Jumba as well to follow up. Texan takes Yoda Pro away from the fight. Yes, you keep your team safe from the Reinhardt, but there's still the rest of Louisville Red to contend with, with Killakid being online on this Symmetra. Now we can truly see what the power of this is outside of control, and it's just overwhelming. 1:03 on the clock after they almost got pushed in overtime on second. That's a beautiful time for Louisville.
I mean, that 3 seconds could be absolutely critical here for University of Louisville Red, right? The difference, obviously, is that with more than a minute, if your opponent captures all 3 points in overtime, you deny them any further opportunity to attack. So we'll end up seeing if that becomes a difference maker here in this game, but a very close round overall, actually.
Now we see what GVSU Blue is going to do. Of course, this was Louisville's map pick. They clearly had some idea of how to play it, but it does seem that these teams, both of them, have a very clear idea of what their style is, how they're going to play, and they're going to make it work on pretty much every map they find. This switch, though, in the backline on defense from GVSU Blue is very interesting to see. Seeing the Kiriko and the Ana come through. It was obviously when you have that high ground position, you have that sort of ranged poke potential. It is not a weird thing to do. But it's still cool to see these supports are just coming back in these different combinations these days.
A lot of playmaking potential on the back line these days, indeed. We saw different variants of it between, as you highlighted, the Ana with the anti-nade, Kiriko with just the up-tempo style she's able to bring, Baptiste with the fight-to-fight changes in Ant Matrix. Tremendous stuff. GVSU Blue. No deviance from the composition they opened up with on Control, by the way. Still that Hanzo, still the Mei.
Same pathing, very similar at least from GVSU Blue. They just do it for the first fight, not for the second. University of Louisville not set up in the cafe. They set up a little further forward. They want to go for that aggressive brawl. The teleport is out. Will get destroyed. So far, it's just going to be a little bit of poking and prodding. It's very much like we saw on Control, just waiting until they can find the opening with the wall or with the shield break. Wall comes out, though. Doesn't really wall anything off. That wall was kind of a miss, and that goes instantly the clapback. University of Louisville, they see the wall fail, and they just walk all the way over and say, GVSU, you messed up. You done goofed, and now you're going to get taken out.
And they chase down the stagger onto Wolfie as well. Great read there from the remaining members. Actually, as you highlighted, the bait play this time, University of Louisville Red have done another good job of it, right? The Symmetra playing in the stairwell, right? Kill a Kid just pretends to be vulnerable, but the team swiftly returns when GVSU Blue tries to execute on it. So a really good setup there from the defense. Just a low ground approach now.
Again, the wall not really getting the value that it needs to. Louisville can back, but there's a way quicker engage from GVSU Blue. They already find Jumba. Now they're going to have to be careful. There is a mega health pack there, so Texan and Joe the Pro, they'll both be on full health. The shatters are ready for both these Reinhardts. It's going to be tricky to see if they actually can find some value. The wall, once again, out this time, does isolate, and Can Man manages to win the fight there, get the eliminations, and that is going to be GVSU Blue capping point A. Similar time, similar speed, but still very different approach from these teams keeps on being the case.
Yeah, and there's going to be a little bit more of a passive look from GVSU Blue as the cart begins its progression through the second phase of Hollywood here. University of Louisville Red have been allowed to gain high ground, and I mean, the approach here from University of Louisville Red defensively is going to be so much easier. Dropping down with an Earth Shatter is so much easier, so much less stressful than trying to find the same value from the low ground as Texan will.
A very different approach here as well. They want to push the cart through first before they start even contesting the high grounds. It'll be Louisville that seems to have to go ahead and drop unless they bring fire down from above properly. Nice anti-nade comes through here. The shatter, though, from Joe the Pro hits a bunch. I think that is a Blizzard I heard. No, it's not. Can-Man doesn't get that off or doesn't want to get that off. It's Louisville that just spends a bunch of resources here. GVSU Blue hold their buttons.
Yeah, Nano Boost and Earth Shadow there. The Reinhardt becomes a raid boss in the final moments. It's a lot of progress earned off that lost fight, though, for GVSU Blue, right? One good engagement is really all they need here. The question is, how do they approach the high ground? Because this is where University of Louisville Red are going to continue to situate themselves. You're not going to be able to approach the payload for free this time around either. Mochi takes so much damage here on the return.
Careful. Luckily, there's a lot of cover there. A lot of these saloon front porches just very well used to cover against that high ground. Now Louisville just takes that low ground fire, keeps a couple of DPS to the high ground for the off angle. The Blizzard is out. Will only freeze the Ana, but that might just be enough. No, gets Lucio too. The Shatter to follow it up. Beautifully done. The CC after CC ultimate. And they can follow up with the damage. Texan just has to hold up the shield. Yet it will be in charge to Symmetra. But in the meantime, Andreas will just take her out. GVSU Blue now on track here to catch his objective. Looks like they will be able to without dust.
Yeah, really, I'd say an expensive fight, but because they gained the objective, it ends up being the correct play for for GVSU Blue. Now it's about tempo. If they can catch these spawners, it'd be such a boon for them time-wise.
There was just enough time for University of Louisville to regroup before the stagger plague really came in, but that's a split dragon. JodaPro nowhere to go, all the way on their own. Even the Immortality Field cannot save you. The wall in the way. I see a glimpse of Wolfie will eventually get them. Oh, that was a dragon used, I think. No, oh, that wasn't a dragon. It was just an elimination. I thought I saw the animation. Guess I didn't. Bilbo.
Still, I mean, that's a lot of progress that's going to be earned here, even with Wolfie being taken down, right? It just means that you won't get the stagger kill onto Engineer here in this front phase, but the important work has already been done. You're kind of playing for final fight here, University of Louisville Red, and the time bank, right? That's going to be the real question. How much can you drain away here? Can the defense? They've got the nano boost, they've got the earth shatter, they've made magic out of it earlier.
Ooh. Don't want to lose Yoon by that early. It's a good headshot from Wolfie coming through. They've been a little bit hit on risk, but when they hit everything. That's kill it. Hit also down to a headshot, and what looked like a potential, last fight holds. You just keep on the objective. It's just turning into a full 2:45 time bank. University of Louisville Red. They had a decent attack on their own, but that GVSU attack was just a little faster.
I mean, how much progress do you get uncontested on the second from GVSU Blue, right? Just running through the overhang and getting the point for free, right? They didn't even use ultimates to gain all that map control. The University of Louisville Red just not able to execute cleanly on the approach.
And while it took a little bit of time to set up, like the fights, generally speaking, for GVSU Blue, they only had 2 fights per objective.
Yeah.
2 on first, 2 on second, 2 on third. And that's just not the amount of fights you want to have on any objective if you want to, especially not on these like payload sections. You can usually get away with at least 3 of them, even if you lose all of them. So a bit unfortunate for University of Louisville Red, and that's something they're definitely going to take into account. Maybe be a little bit more proactive, a little more aggressive, use the space of the map a bit more, and they'll probably be golden. Let's see Louisville defend first. No, attack first. Of course they're going to attack first. And no Ana on the defense from Mochi this time, nor Kiriko from Andreas.
I think it's a situation to just kind of stay with what has been most successful for you on GVSU's part, right? You haven't really been forced. This composition hasn't really been challenged in either map, frankly. And I see no reason to kind of change what's not broken at this stage of the game. University of Louisville Red, though, looking to make a much more speedy approach as they go to a Winston.
Finally, we see the dive come out. It's always been a thing in Hollywood you can potentially see, and it's coming through now. Of course, I don't need it for the rest of the team. There is a teleporter in the way, as always. But I like this approach of the Winston. Potentially have a lot of freedom versus that Maywall and some other blockage that comes through. That's at the back off. JodaPro to be a little bit careful here, as there is just a lot of poking going on once again, but they only really get one good shot at this. So they need to make sure that it's a good one. Wolfie goes ridiculously low, forcing the Immortality Field to be used. JodaPro, though, cannot jump out in time. Will get taken out by Texan and Crew. And there's another one on Killa Kid. Looks like this attack is going to stop before it even really starts. They do get a couple of kills back. The high ground control is strong from Engineer, but just the Soul Cassidy is not going to be able to win it on their own. Just get the 2 eliminations. And a strong defense from GVSU Blue.
I mean, now University of Louisville Red are playing at the position of requiring a draw. That was a good read from GVSU Blue defensively. Allow University of Louisville Red, allow them to overextend, right? Overplay their hand. No way to escape on that time. Even with that elimination, those trades, there just aren't enough players left alive late to get the tag for the overtime. So a really good play there by GVSU Blue. And now, I mean, 2:45 to gain 1/3 of the objective, put them at 2 maps and halfway to their goal of 4, looking to be in prime position at this stage of Hollywood.
GVSU Blue, it's all in their own hands. 2:45 was enough time to take the point last time. Of course, Louisville did learn a little bit from what happened. They're going to set up with something that we love to see. It's the Bastion coming out again. JodaPro on the Ramatra as well. A lot of punching power, but they are a little dependent on these transformation windows.
I mean,
careful about that.
Yeah, that's exactly the case, right? If you can bypass this first window of the Nemesis and the configuration assault here from Killa Kid, and I mean, you expect the Maywall to kind of be used for just that purpose, right? To slow down University of Louisville Red, put them in a state of weakness, and then kind of clean up from there. This first rotation is going to be of critical importance for the defensive squad.
I wonder if they're going to alternate their transformations. Then there's not that much gap between, when there's like no transformed hero or transforming hero. And with the Reinhardt shield now being gone, the Maywall is the real tool that you have versus the Bastion.
I like this rotation. Very quick. University of Louisville now, unfortunately, have to look at the low ground. What an ante!
Oh, Magnum and Engineer going ridiculously though. They do get healed back up, but that's a lot of resources used. The Brutality Field from Goomba already. Andreas now on the Ana on the attack Mochi on the Lucio. So once again, some support swaps coming through from both teams. The Mercy even coming out now from El Magnum. I haven't seen that one yet tonight. Oh, almost. If those are headshots, it's just so much quicker to be over.
Look how slowly GVSU Blue are playing.
They need the one fight. It's not even a real fight. They just need a tick. There they go. Aggressive, straight into it. The speed boost and the Nemesis form trying to punch through. There is once again the Immortality Field. It was already back up. Engineer does fall. It's a lot of damage going on to Texan. They might not live, but they will indeed. The high ground control. They push him out of the cafe, and all the space is being used effectively by GVSU Blue. Louisville have nowhere to go but to their graves, and it's going to be map 2 also picked up by GVSU Blue as they take a 2-0 lead in the series and get themselves ever so close to the series points.
And steal away University of Louisville Red's map pick as well. What a performance here from the attacking squad. I mean, what a great raid there in the final moments. Actually, to slow down the game enough. One of the things you're always worried about when you're in that position, right, Classy, is the fact that any mistake you make is going to be punished. The stress continues to build up faster and faster, and any mistake gets kind of amplified. And so, by playing that slowly on the offensive side of things, you make the defense worry. Are we doing something incorrect that they're just biding their time for? And it makes you just panic just a little bit, and that's where GVSU Blue ends up having the most success. So again, a fantastic read by the offense, and they'll find themselves 2 maps up now at this stage of the game.
Sometimes you can chill in your cafe and drink your latte. Sometimes you got to get out there and get some business done. This time around, GVSU Blue kind of stopping Louisville from doing either. And yeah, map 3 is going to be escort, of course. Going to be very much using the space of the map correctly. We haven't seen Louisville been able to do that just yet, especially on this particular map. But there are a lot of choices, and because we've got map bans and map picks to do, what we're going to give these teams a little bit of time to strategize, talk a little bit about the map picks, but also the general play that they're doing. And there might still be a long series ahead. So let's give them a few minutes, take a little bit of a time ourselves, and we'll see you after the break. Welcome back, everybody. Yes, it's 2-0, but that's not a scoreline that reflects how close these games have been. They go to extra rounds every time the chance they get. They're going to be doing the same on Escort. Well, they got to complete the map to do so. So, Lafon, it is a hot one between these two. And while we can land on a 4-0 in the end, whatever happens, it's not going to look like a 4-0 in the actual games.
Yeah, no, indeed. And I mean, this is one where we now head to Escort. The difficulty comes in. How well does the map get completed? Rialto, a very famously difficult map to complete all 3 stages on. Again, this is going to be University of Louisville's pick, right? This is their map selection. So a very important one for them to kind of have to kind of take away here, because you know, heading into these maps, one thing we've kind of already noticed is that we're going to maps where, you know, that head-to-head rush, the Reinhardt especially mirror, is kind of front and center. Once you get to push, all of a sudden things get much tougher. So this is as close to a must-win as you can get, just to stay within a map selection that kind of favors the style that you've wanted to play, right?
Yeah, it's definitely something you can think about in that sense, right? The only other thing you could potentially, you know, consider is completely abandoning the current like playstyle matchup that we have, right? So you could have gone to something like Circuit Royale or Shambali and just maybe change the playbook, especially Circuit Royale and maybe even Junkertown lending themselves very much to more sniper play. You know, putting something on the field that hasn't really been forced on either side, other than Wolfie on the Hanzo.
Yeah.
But
we do have a substitute coming in for University of Louisville Red here as well. Error stepping in on the support role.
I think that's going to be a very solid pre-planned match with the Farah Mercy. Of course, while we talk a lot about the May play that came out of the European regions, this is their true EU power play at the moment. The Farah Mercy combo. Got a ton of Middle Eastern teams they're bringing out there at the moment. Let's see if they've been paying attention on the side of Louisville, because those can be super dangerous. And there isn't really a lot to contest unless Wolfie and Canman just absolutely snipe things out of the air together with their backline.
I mean, this is very much a case of GVSU Blue expecting to see the Reinhardt, right? You can see the May, you can see the Ramatra as well. But University of Louisville Red completely ignoring that close quarters brawl composition. It's all about that poke damage in from the Farah into a dive from the Winston, and University of Louisville Red will be in prime position.
Already Wolfie out of an Engineer, combining with some burst damage. They do lose Joe to Pro. They do have a Resurrection that comes through. It does indeed. Error does give her life for it, but that's not really what you're worried about. You're worried about Engineer going on the other side. Joe to Pro tries to dive his Zen, but gets absolutely obliterated by the orbs. And that's going to be GVSU Blue holding, despite the first pick, onto the Hanzo. Wolfie now go over to the Cassidy as well.
Yeah, what a nice read from GVSU Blue. One thing about this first stage of the defense is that the high ground is actually quite close, so the Winston not able to stay out of the range of fire. I also believe the Ravenous Vortex slowed down the dive, right, pulling them out of the sky.
Yeah,
that ends up being a big difference maker.
XN under a little bit of pressure. Anti-nade as well onto that Ramatra, trying to take them out early, at least to maybe force that Nemesis form a little bit early. Kid playing from a very safe distance, wants to find Wolfie first. Wolfie under a little bit of pressure, but the directs are just not hitting. They're just hitting the feet a little bit. You can get some hot feed on, but it's way more effective if you get the direct shots like that onto Engineer.
Speaking of Engineer, the Tac Visor with the Mercy Pocket in tow here. Very possible to just kind of, run down and just spray a bunch of damage through.
Could also go for the Nano, but likely indeed just that combo will be enough. Gotta be careful though, because there's so much spam on this high ground. There's not really any cover that they can use tank-wise. Space from Joe to Pro has got to come through. Oh, beautiful. There you go. Instant Tac Visor, double kill. Nothing to worry about, nothing to defend against. The damage boost was not enough. They had to do insult to injury and just combine the Tac Visor with the Nano. Nano Visor, the classic combination. We've seen it since, since day one that it was possible. And even without the speed boost that it used to have, it is still such a powerful tool if you don't have like a defense matrix or a lot of cover to work with.
That being said, this is now a really risky fight for University of Louisville Red. There will be a recontest available here, and GVSU Blue has so much to kind of play through. Not even a barrage ready yet for University of Louisville Red. So this is going to be a very critical fight in terms of sustain for the Mercy.
very good roll through, and it's an early force on the Transcendence as well. They do make it to the point in the solid numbers with that. There is a fair bit of usage already out of side of GVSU Blue. They do get the counter onto Andreas. The Joda Pro already being out will be back quickly on the Wrecking Ball, but not as quick as they need because Engineer falls as well, and that's back off to Louisville Red. One realistic good fight here, Lafon.
I mean, that also cost GVSU Blue essentially nothing, right? Just the Transcendence to kind of contest. There's a Blizzard available. Obviously, the Annihilation, which we've seen coupled with the Nano Boost in this match already. And I mean, now, realistically, the question is, can Kill a Kid here get eliminations with a barrage? This needs to be the Pharah uncontested final eliminations.
How hungry is Joda Pro as well? Can you eat that Blizzard? Can you eat some high noon shots? Maybe Pharah alone up in the sky. They do find Wolfie on the other side, but there's the Annihilation, and what can you do against it? It's a one slow sleep dart, and with 20 seconds on the clock, they find the D-Mech on the Diva. That's not going to be something they want to eliminate. This is going to be a stagger. Engineer does get res, but you almost wonder why. Well, you wonder why. Mochi gets eliminated as a result. The Pharah slowly coming back in. They might still be able to do this. The Blizzard is out. They find Engineer. They do find Joda Pro, but they don't have much to contest against this barrage anymore, as May already used their Ice Block. Gets a double elimination on the Canman and Wolfie, and then it's just an Ana in the way. You will get Mochi touching back on the Lucio, but what's the so little jumping DJ gonna do? Not much is the answer to that one, other than stall for a little bit longer. Oh, Texan does find Mercy somehow. Error gets caught out by the Wrecking Ball, and what looked like a one fight, what looked like a done deal is still going on here. Killakit falling on the Pharah, and Wolfie and Canman just get it done by the stall of Mochi and Texan coming through. This is insane, and University of Louisville are gonna be slapping their head for that one.
What a recovery there from the defense. You asked yourself, what does Mochi do there to be able to contain this engagement? What can a Soul Lucio bring? Well, the answer is time, and that is all GVSU Blue needed. Texan returns on the Wrecking Ball. The pile driver comes in for the elimination. University of Louisville Red, as surprised as you are, I think, Classy, with how swiftly and how confidently that reapproach occurs, that contest occurs. And I mean, surprise can sometimes be the greatest killer of them all. As that'll be a hold for GVSU Blue on this first point.
It wasn't just how long it took to clean Lucio up. It just barely hit Mochi at all. That was like the worrying part about it. You're like, oh, it's not just they hit one direct and they can't hit a second. It just didn't hit. But I mean, you said it. You know, Rialto hard to complete, hard to get that third point, but it's sometimes even hard for teams to get that first point. Like Escort is one of those map types where the first point doesn't get capped most of all the map types that we have. Even back in the day with Assault, this was the one where first point holds were most possible.
Well, now the match point marker has been set. GVSU Blue only need to complete the first point here on Rialto. And they'll put themselves at 3-0. University of Louisville Red, they go to a double hit scan. Range pressure is the name of the game here. The question is, how well can Joda Pro hold up? Especially on this, the Ramatra here. Will require to be absolutely perfect to keep themselves still in this conversation for this series. Classy, this has become really, really difficult for them.
Yeah, you're never truly down and out in Overwatch, but a 3-0 loss, or at least starts to a series, is not what you want to see ever. Even on the first four, where you do have that extra map to work with. But Mochi already finds error. The Ana taps are always powerful. You don't have to heal. Might as well throw out some damage. You are the sniper after all. Go to Pro now under pressure, completely split from their team. They're going to try and find something here in the form of Canman. Canman having to run away from it. But Wolfie's not so scared. Wolfie has the arrows ready. Tries to go after Error instead, but won't really find anyone just yet.
This is now the final moment. The payload has not been slowed down one bit. Golden Box of Victory so close to its completion.
Ooh, Texan just in time with that form. Will get taken out in the end. Anyways, an Engineer just puts some emphasis on the fact that they're not done yet. Gets a quad kill on that fight to the High Noon. But man, yeah, like you said, they're already on that point. It's already almost over, but that is where you hold on this map. That is where it's so much hard to push through.
Yeah, really, really close situation now. GVSU Blue electing to slow things down a little bit, try and build themselves a bunch of resources. They only need to win one fight to kind of int this payload across the line. Dragon Strike for disruption, Kitsune Rush for aggression. That's likely to be the name of the game here for GVSU Blue. Errors so very low.
They overshot their heal target, and now Engineer's gonna fall. It's a nano boost though onto Joe the Pro. Has to be a teleport out from the Kiriko. No more Swift Step for you. That's that's another risk from Error that just gets punished straight away. Jumba out of it. No more supports for the defense. And what you do with the Annihilation out, you're anti-nated. You're not going to be able to get out any at all. And it's just Bob on the card. He's doing something, but it's not enough of a something to stop this from happening. GVSU Blue 3-0 of the series, match points, and also season point here. They can take the win in this next map.
Quick highlight here from the Cassidy, but it was not to be. And I mean, this was about 3 weeks ago. The teams played each other in a hotly contested one, a 3-2 scoreline that ended up being. Recall that these two are at 3rd and 4th seed respectively in terms of their performance heading into the playoffs. And yet, GVSU Blue has made the most of their time since. On the brink of taking it all. A reverse sweep was going to be required here for University of Louisville Red. Is that in the cards? It remains to be seen, but it feels like GVSU Blue has certainly leveled up in the time that has elapsed since the last time these two faced each other.
And every single map, it gets a little less close between these teams. So there's really something that's going to happen here if Louisville Red wants to even try and bring this back. But Push is really going to have to do it. And Push is that swing map where you can go back and forth between these teams. And all of a sudden, you're losing, and then you're winning, then you're losing again. So if they're going to do it anywhere, Push is definitely the one to start a reverse sweep on.
Yeah, we'll have to wait for the map ban from GVSU, then the map selection from their opposition, University of Louisville. I mean, the opportunities are slowly slipping away. This is a must-win from here on out for them. And yeah, as you said, there's no more opportunities for mistakes here for their squad. Looks like we have a couple of substitutes stepping in. Ink's coming in. Wolfie going to be taking a backseat, and Magnum as well returns as Error takes to the bench here. So for Push, I mean, this is the expectation is that we're going to go back to the rush, right? I would not be surprised to see Reinhardt to kind of make an appearance, to see the Ramatra make an appearance. And even as we get the ban onto New Queen Street, even if you look at Esperanza, if you look at Coliseo, earlier today, right, we saw the rush being played on Coliseo. So yeah, it would not surprise me at all to kind of get that style continued in this next map.
No, and we do see a lot of teams not really caring which particular map it is on Push. They kind of treat them all as sort of the same. Yeah, there are differences. Obviously, they're not exactly the same. But it's the tempo control and the space control on Push that's just rings true on every single time of them. So yeah, Esperanza, we do see that one played the most. Not because it's the most recent, because teams seem to prefer that one the most. Might find it the lesser of three evils. There's a lot of different reasons why it might be the case, of course. Yeah, Esperanza, I mean, we talk about Push being a swing mode. I think Esperanza is the most swingy of the three as well, map-wise.
And I mean, that is in fact where we're going to go. So this is going to be an opportunity now for the University of Louisville Red to really try and set the tempo here. The one thing we can kind of highlight too is the fact that at no point in this game has GVSU really lost the kind of the thread of the match, right? They've been the one stepping up in terms of time over and over, time over and over again. Even if we look at, sort of Hollywood, which was, I might highlight, the map pick of University of Louisville. What ends up being the case is that, when they're contesting the high ground, they take so long to get back to the cart that there isn't really much that can be done. So, this is going to have to be an opportunity to Push where you have a lot less time to make those mistakes to really execute on the objective.
Yeah, and with I would say with the Hail Mary coming in from Louisville, every single thing is going to be a Hail Mary at this stage. We're going to see GVSU make an even more interesting swap. They put Inks that just came back in from Wolfie now on the support line. Andreas is going to be on the DPS in this situation. So going to be a little bit of a role swap. See how that works out for GVSU Blue. They, of course, have a little bit of breathing room now. Like, of course, you want to just close it out as soon as you can. But if you lose one map, you still have like a 2-map lead. So you'll be okay. And whether it's an experiment or not, I'm sure this is something they've thought about before. It is definitely the time to try it out if you could.
Yeah, no surprises here. In the hover, in the sort of warm-up portion of the map selection. Looking like we're going to go back to the rush mirror. Question is, do we get the Mei from Canman once more, or if they're going to elect to go for more roaming hybrid DPS? Not a look we're usually expected to see. Andreas is likely going to switch to the Tracer once the teleport out of spawn is complete.
Here now, GPSU blue, straight up. We're back on the Ramatra. DPS choices not at all the same as well. Like Cam and Andreas being a lot more, zippy zoomy around, interviewing Kill a Kid, really playing around that Reinhardt a lot. Joe the Pro, maybe trying to be set up for success. Already some poking in the back line from Andreas though. Gotta be careful. Get that Tracer away from you early.
That is the immortality field forced by on Jumba's side, so panic button removed from University of Louisville Red, and they kind of need it. There's so much damage being taken here.
Find Texan early though. That's the first one to go down. That's a huge pick. It means all the pressure's now going to be on GPSU Blue. Nothing in the way. No large, big Omnic body and Engineer and Joe the Pro clean up nicely.
I'd expect Canman.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to expect Canman to switch. There it is. In fact, to the Mei, being able to section off the front line. That rotation from University of Louisville Red to take the high ground was quite smart. It meant that GVSU Blue weren't quite able to get the value out of the Tracer they would have liked. Remember, Andreas needs to try and get into a pinch to put damage on the backline. Damage that they likely will be able to find with the Pulse Bomb here. The first ultimate in the game by quite a ways.
Oh, Engineer's going to be a bit careful now. They're going to go over to this high ground, but manages to back off in time. Instant immortality field usage, though. Now they try to do the rotation through the high ground into the back. Bozov doesn't quite hit, but doesn't really need to. Already took Jumba out of it, and they're just pinching them underneath this archway. University of Louisville finally gets to manages to get away from it, but unfortunately the immortality field was already spent. Of course, there was an anti-nade in the way, and that is a cleanup on Isle Esperanza, I guess. UVSU Blue taking control of the bot.
That is a lot of progress gained, though, for University of Louisville Red. They're basically at the checkpoint, right? And that means that this is going to be a fight that GVSU Blue needs to invest in because to kind of match beat for beat. It also, because GVSU Blue had to change their comp up a little bit, means that University of Louisville Red has the opportunity and the advantage in the economy, right? Blizzard available here. Joda Pro doesn't have a shield to really worry about with the Shatter. It's looking really strong for them here.
And his bot already being stolen back in the background as well. Slowly pushing the wrong way. There's going to be a Shatter plus a Blizzard. 3 eliminations out. Use your Mortality Field, but that's all you did to keep everything alive. El Magnum will be found, but just a Lucio and a Baptiste. This is the supports down. Can they get a little bit more? Andres is looking for it. Has the pulse bomb ready. Might go for the spawn camping.
This is actually really bad for University of Louisville Red because it means that they likely will not get the checkpoint. Andres is actually hunting down the spawns. It's going to be a 4v3 setup here, actually. And
not
that also
on spawns. They're not doing it.
It's a good... that's even better, though. GVSU Blue now, they have to kind of head for the hills. They don't get to get the checkpoint. That is a really good read by GVSU Blue, and what a clutch play by the tank and DPS there.
Could have been a lot worse. They could have found more eliminations, and the fact that Louisville is able to back up so quick and properly regroup will mean that they have a chance to fight before this this bot equalizes.
I will say the Blizzard here from Canman is going to be a difference maker. If it can land on 3...
It has to land. That is the case, yeah.
Yeah. Really good posture here from Canman, though.
Just trying to find the opening, and they're all going into this corner, but they also speed out instantly. Nice nano onto Tex, and will be charged into the wall, but now just a Reinhardt into a small place. They will trade out 2 for 3, and no more supports on the side of GVSU Blue. That's a huge double pick that they get there. Unfortunately, if it's only your own supports left, they're not going to be able to really capitalize with a lot of damage. Texan now pushing this bot a little bit further, and they probably will be able to get the checkpoint, but it's a close one.
I mean, that delayed elimination onto Magnum is going to be a difference maker, I think. Andreas has, when required, stepped up to the plate here for their team. And it's good that GVSU Blue actually got the lead here, because man, did they expend in that fight. Very, very expensive fight for them. But they only barely won. So yeah, there's the horn sounding for the checkpoint being earned, and GVSU Blue will start the animation there of the halfway point of their offense.
Andreas, again, poking in the backline. There's another pulse bomb ready. They've been charging them up like crazy fast. Another try and stick. They do get it on the Reinhardt almost. No, Joe Pro managed to dodge that just about. Shatter is out. We'll get a couple on the ground, but the Blizzard seems to be a little bit better. Canman finds one. Kill like it is found by Andreas. And just like that, it's another almost team wipe, and GVSU Blue is staving straight up to their championship. They want it. You can feel it, and there's nothing that Louisville seems to be able to do to properly contest this at the moment.
Oh my goodness, that is a delayed pick too, and then a back-to-back headshot after it. This is going to get to the 100-meter mark. And I mean, though Esperanza tends to be the most, the map of push that is able to flex back the most, 110 meters can be basically a death sentence. And GVSU Blue, you can see they're trying to play for this Annihilation, the Nano Boost combo. And Andreas continues to dance dangerously in the back line here of the opponent.
There's a Blizzard out this time from Louisville. I think they will get a couple frozen, but it doesn't look like they really can capitalize on anything, even if they did. Pulse bomb onto the Mei after the ice block will finally find elimination. It is 2 ultimates expended, and the amplification matrix as well. For not much.
Uh-oh.
Okay. That... Yeah, I mean, look, sometimes you just feel like you need it, but I don't think anyone felt like they needed it there, unfortunately.
Now the question is, does Mochi respawn on the forward spawn to get a really close attack here?
Yeah, they will.
And they will. Yeah, she will. This is disaster territory for University of Louisville Red. They have nothing to contend against the Annihilation Nano Boost combo. It's just the
if they get a good shatter off, they can like kite away from it, but that's the only thing they have.
Well, you can see the shatter being lined up here.
The wall almost blocked it, but they do manage to get through and get eliminations. Texan out of it, Inks out of it. Just a Mei in the way. Yeah, you're not going to be able to kill the round on your own, man. You're going to get taken out. That bot is going to keep on walking. They will get the checkpoint here, and that's a huge win for Louisville on this one.
Yeah.
Still 3 minutes on the clock. There is time to work with.
It is doable. Difficult, certainly doable, though it is. The question is now, still, how do you deal with the with this combination? Annihilation, Nano Boost. Yep. This time you don't have a shatter. You almost won that fight too cleanly if you're University of Louisville Red in the last one.
They didn't get a chance to use anything.
And they may not even need to use any ultimates here.
El Magnum sticking on the bot on their own. Unfortunately, he gets caught up by the Tracer. Might not need to use anything indeed. Already trying to find Killa Kid here. Will be able to get in there to ice block. High Noon does find Mochi. And Camman also gets taken out. Killa Kid choosing to be the dominating Mei there. We get Inks here. That's a huge pick. Just left click. Just left click. No! Killa Kid. Unfortunately, cannot find elimination onto the Ana, even though they were potentially in range. Will it finally go down, but it was a little bit of an overextension to get the elimination on the support and not get it. And now look at that old bank, Lafon. Look at it.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to get the forward spawn here. The resets from the spawn here.
They all spawn at least in time.
Get it across the halfway point. There we go. University of Louisville Red all up. This fight here has to be played judiciously by University of Louisville Red. They need to get the Blizzard down and to kill everyone here before GVSU Blue has an opportunity to really get this fight going.
To get their forward spawns while the fight's going on. Andreas is not there. There is the Nano Boost plus the Annihilation, but because it came through so late, the Shatter was back up. Joe Pro finds that Shatter, gets eliminations. The Annihilation now finally comes through. We'll be able to get the eliminations with it. It doesn't look like they only got Jumba, really. But with no healing being left for Joe Pro, they will go down. The bot is getting pushed back in the meantime. They do want to reset those forward spawns, but Andre Reyes cut it really far.
Actually, with the bot continuing to be... Oh, that's a nice pulse bomb. Yeah, with the bot continuing to be contested here by the Tracer, Andreas, they're not going to give up the forward spawns. GVSU Blue are right back in it. And with 1:10 left, University of Louisville Red may have overplayed their hand. There's only a minute left on this championship game.
Got their support ults though. There's nothing GVSU's tank. And realistically, they can win one good fight, push it all the way past that checkpoint, and almost get to that 104 mark. This is where the swing of Esperanza comes into it. Especially with this ball already being moved a little bit, they get so much space. The move in from Joe DeProto, charges through, gets slept, gets anti-nated. Can they get the elimination? No, the sound barrier comes through in time. Joe DePro still alive. Let it go after Inks. No more Ana on the field. That's a huge pick for Louisville, especially if Kill a Kid can stay alive here. Nice charge onto Canman as well. Everything going Louisville Reds way at the moment. They do get those eliminations, and they only have to expend that sound barrier. That is a huge win, and this is where the swing potentially comes in. It's only, I say only, but it's only 46 meters that they have to push.
I mean, it's doable, right? This first fight here, you play off of the Deadeye into the Ant Matrix, insta-kill a target, and then the final fight for a Shatter. It's a small window of opportunity, but an opportunity nonetheless.
If we ever wanted to say winnable, this is the moment. They get Andreas early. That's a huge pick. No more Tracer to worry about in the back line. The High Noon doesn't get Mochi, but doesn't have to. They can just finish it off right after. This time they do find the Lucio is contesting. It's a good anti-nate, though. A couple of really low targets, but they get away with it. And they only really had to use one ultimate, which was the High Noon. They still have that Ant Matrix.
Oh,
and they get kill still.
Such delayed click onto Inks. The last moment contest is going to be for Andreas. There is going to be a full fight here. GVSU Blue, I mean, this is
everything coming up.
It's down to execution. It is down to execution here for both teams. Dueling Blizzards, Primal Rage and Nano.
Shatters out, finds the Winston mid-air almost. Oh, the Blizzard is out from the defense and from the attack. They're all going to get frozen. This is just an icicle party at this stage. But the second Blizzard stays alive longer. They find the eliminations onto Canman and Tomochi. Yes, Engineer falls, but it's a 1 HP Tracer and a little bit of an Ana Winston play. There's another sound barrier from El Magnum. There's no way they're going to give this away. Louisville Red looking to punch their ticket to a map 5. It is a very close affair between these teams, and we're luckily not going to see a 4-0. There's the Lucio. We know how this Lucio play can work. Can it stall for long enough? Maybe it can. I don't think this time will be... Louisville's learned from their mistakes, but they just keep on trickling in. Not to any effect, but it made it a little bit more worrisome than it was. And Louisville, like I said, they learned from their mistakes. They're not going to let it happen again. But we're going to a map 5, Lafon. It's not a clean win here for GVSU Blue, but the uphill battle has only just begun.
University of Louisville Reds steal that map away, no doubt about it. I mean, it's a bit of panic setting in, perhaps, from GVSU Blue in those final stages, right? They had every tool they kind of needed to work with, but just kind of misjudging the last-second contest. And University of Louisville Red, they make the most of it, right? That is, a lot of credit has to be given in those final moments to understanding what your win condition is, playing off of it. University of Louisville Red did. GVSU Blue not so lucky, and they'll frankly, as I said, steal this map away.
It is Esperanza Classic at this stage. Like, it's something that happens all the time, whether it's in your own quick play games or whether you're watching matches like this. Teams somehow get just overwhelmed in those overtime moments, and it gets completely flipped on them. And you said it, execution was all that matters in that very last fight. But even the fight before, that was really the change maker. Like, that fight around the midpoint, where all of a sudden there's an Ana gone, the Tracer doesn't get anything, and they just keep on getting staggered through until they get to that last fight. It never should have gotten there in the first place, but it got there. Louisville got the win. Now they get to set the tone potentially for a crumbling of GVSU. Before we know if they're going to actually do that, though, we're going to have a quick break here going on. So don't go anywhere. We come back. We are going to have map 5 between GVSU Blue and Louisville Red. welcome back. We are consistently on match point, but match point doesn't mean the series is over in one map. If Louisville Red has anything to say about it, Lafon, it's 3-1. They're going to Oasis, and we saw how close the last control map was. What are the chances that Louisville can continue their streak and potentially get to that 3-3 or even 3-4 max?
I mean, it is doable. Difficult though it will be. I will highlight though that in terms of role selection, in terms of comp selection, it has been, University of Louisville Red has been more flexible overall, right? To switch styles up. It has been, the success that GVSU Blue has showcased has been on Rush. Whether that Ramatra or Reinhardt, it has been on Rush. When they've tried to go to the Winston, it does not look nearly as comfortable. And on Oasis, 2 of 3 stages require you to be able to control high ground. The first round we find ourselves on here on Gardens. The second is going to, of course, be City Center. And then it comes down to, does that third round of University, that's going to favor GVSU Blues. So if you can steal away one of these, GVSU Blues in prime position to close out the series, but otherwise, University of Louisville Red, a real opportunity here to force a map number 6.
Yeah, and sometimes the question with flexibility is it flexible because they're good at it, or is it flexible because GVSU is dominating the tempo? So essentially, GVSU is trying to make University of Louisville play. In this series, it's a little bit of both sometimes, I'd say. But GVSU, they're going to go back to the rush. We have seen the Ramatra in a bunch